Kumar, Associate Professor, Dr. Divya, and other faculties of this department. I congratulate and appreciate your effort taken by you and organize this meeting in this pandemic situation. Then all the PGs and the CRRAs and students make use of these conferences and update your knowledge. Best wishes to the Department of Physiology. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
your nice words, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
We cordially thank our Dean Ma'am, Dr. Maraganathan Ilangovan, for gracing us with her presence and supporting her with her guidance.
Excuse me, ma'am, you are muted.
Okay, yeah, sorry. So till the next presentation, you can have some discussions or questions related to the topics or your comments, or you can even share your suggestions. Yes. Any questions about the topic? Anything you need more clarity about? Actually, we'll be sharing you the souvenir with all the summary of all the presentations that is going to happen, as well as some additional information so that you can refer, as well as you can refer it anytime after the conference also. So the souvenir will be sent to you by email, as well as it will be posted. Also, we have requested our speakers to share the PowerPoints so that if you had missed something due to network or some problem, we'll provide you with the PowerPoints so that you can refer all these things even later. Okay? So I'll be sharing you the PowerPoint shortly. Okay.
Thank you, ma'am, once again. American writer Sam King quoted that genes are the story and DNA is the language the story is written in. We now invite Dr. Selvi Banerjee to tell us the story of transgender genetics. Dr. Selvi Banerjee, MD in Physiology from SCB Medical College and Hospital, Cuttack, Odisha. She has been in the field for the past 8 years, nurturing young medicals. She has published 3 research papers, 3 articles, and has been presented the Best Paper Presentation Award by the Association of Physiologists of Odisha in the year 2019. Let's in her insight into the topic. The floor is yours now, ma'am.
A participant Lavanya AV is presenting. Please stop screen sharing. Your phone is visible. Please stop screen sharing. Miss Lavanya AV, stop screen sharing.
Good morning, all. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Okay. Okay. So already ma'am has told about transgender. So now I will be going through the transgender genetics. Okay. Myself, Dr. Silvi Banerjee. I am assistant professor in Department of Physiology, SCB Medical College, Cuttack. So I should start. So, transgender genetics. So first, already as you know, that gender is non-binary. Binary means what? Only two things will be known, like 0 and 1. So mostly, most of us, like we consider gender to be binary. That is, either it should be male or female. So whenever a baby is born, we are interested to know whether it is a male or female. We never consider or never expect anything different. So, but that is not the case. So gender is non-binary. It is like gender is, we should know about gender fluidity, and gender is actually a spectrum. That is, there can be, as already Divya ma'am has told, like it is, they can be, one can be male, female, even agender, bigender, it can be, many things can be there. So now I will be focusing on transgender proper. So what are transgenders? Transgenders are the individual who are born with a body and genes that matches with a typical male or female, but they perceive their gender identity to be different from the gender assigned at birth. So these transgender people, they are actually biologically, they are normal. That means how the gender is determined. External genitalia, internal genitalia, hormones, and chromosome. These are the 4 criteria to assign a gender to a, according to science, to assign a gender to a person. So all these will be normal. Suppose it is a male, then he will be having XY chromosome. Androgens will be there, and also the external and testes will be there, and external genitalia will also be as expected. But the mind will be different. That is, the brain will not be functioning as it should be for a male. That is, the person will be male according to gender assigned at birth, but the brain will be, or the mind will be like that of a female. So the person will be feeling as trapped in a body, or trapped in a different body. So male will be feeling like a female, and he will be feeling like trapped in a male body. Similarly with the female can happen. So this is the transgender. So transgenders can be both male and female. So now, so this is the trans male, means the person is actually a female, but he at the mind he is a male. Similarly, trans female is he is a male, and trans female is he is a male, and his mind is of a female, and trans male is, sorry, trans female is actually a male presenting as female, and trans male is a female who is presenting as a male. So now gender and sex are not the same thing. Most of us consider it as same. Gender is like, it is not only the dependent upon the biological sex. So biological sex depends upon, as I have told, the 4 things: external genitalia, internal genitalia, chromosomes, and hormones. But gender is much greater than sex. So now coming to gender identity, I will be describing these 4 terms briefly, so that we will have a better idea about the transgender people. So what is gender identity? Gender identity is how a person identifies himself or herself. Okay, suppose I am a female, I should feel like a female. So that is my identity. Okay, one may feel as a female, that she may feel like a male. So that is the problem. So that this is known as gender identity. Second is gender expression. What is gender expression? How I express myself. Okay, or how a person expresses myself. Express in the terms how I behave with people, how I dress up. So these are the things with which I express myself. Third is gender dysphoria. So this is the imbalance between identity and expression. That is, it is a discomfort basically. So when my identification, which I identify, how I identify myself is different from how I present myself, then there comes dysphoria, which is a difficulty in my mind, which will be defined as gender dysphoria. So similarly, one important point to note here is all transgender people are not homosexual. That misconception should not be there. Most people have this, so I'm clearing. So gender orientation is the orientation toward other person, or the interest, or the romantic interest, or you can say the emotional attachment for the other gender, maybe same gender or other gender. So how I am oriented to the other person. So that is known as gender orientation. So these are the 4 terms which are quite different from each other. So briefly, I will tell first about the intersex, so that you can differentiate between the transgender people and intersex people, because both are different. But again, most of us do confuse them. So as I have already told, transgenders are actually biologically normal. Okay, like their hormones, their chromosome number, everything is like that of a assigned, like that of a male or female. There is nothing like intersex. But intersex people, they are something different. Intersex are again of 2 types: true hermaphrodite and pseudo hermaphrodite. True hermaphrodite means the person will be having both testes and ovary. This is quite rare in humans. So this is, as you know, in earthworm and lower animals, this is seen. True hermaphrodite is quite rare. But very common, quite common are pseudo hermaphrodite. So what are pseudo hermaphrodite? Like, one is 5-alpha reductase deficiency, congenital adrenal hyperplasia. These 2 I will be telling briefly, so that you will have a idea, so that you can differentiate these people from the transgender people. So first I will be telling you about the 5-alpha reductase deficiency. What is it? It is actually, there is a mutation in a gene known as SRD5A2, and that causes 5-alpha reductase deficiency. The function of this 5-alpha reductase, it actually converts the testosterone to dehydroxytestosterone, testosterone to DHT. Okay, and DHT, what is the importance of DHT? DHT is actually important for the male external genitalia development and many other functions. Okay, it is the main functional part. So if it is deficient, then even testosterone is present, the male will not be developing the proper genitalia, and proper functioning will not be there. So it is basically a autosomal recessive disorder affecting only males. Okay, it is recessive. If female is having 5-alpha reductase deficiency, it is not going to affect in any way. Okay, because it is only affecting the male. Okay, because this 5-alpha reductase, it doesn't have any function in female, to be true. Okay, so genetically they are males with XY chromosomes, and they have ambiguous genitalia resembling to females. Okay, because as I have already told, that this DHT is required for the external genitalia to develop properly in case of males. So if it is not there, what will happen? The genitalia will be ambiguous, and if anything ambiguous, it is assigned as female. Okay, so what happens is, the problem arises here that when the baby is born with 5-alpha reductase deficiency, though he has a XY chromosome, but he or she, whatever you say, is assigned as a female, birth assigned as female. Okay, so she will be grown up as a female, but problem again arises when she attains her puberty. In childhood, there is not much problem. Okay, because the male hormone is there, because see, testosterone is there, but dihydroxytestosterone, DHT, is not there. So testosterone is enough to cause virilization in case of female. What are the signs of virilization? Like development of facial hair and deepening of voice, male pattern baldness, okay, acne, all these problems can be there. Okay, so these are the virilization will be seen in the female on attaining puberty. Okay, because the testosterone is normal. Okay, I mean normal as a male, but as she is a female, she will present with, I mean not a female, actually chromosomally she is a male only, but the parents are raising her as a female. She is considering herself as a female till she attains the puberty. So she will, when she will have the signs of virilizations, she will present to the doctor and may have get the genetic testing, and she will come to know the problem. So I will tell a case of Semenya. She is a Olympic gold medalist. You might be knowing, from South Africa. So she is a winner of 2 times Olympic gold and 3 world champion titles. She is from South Africa. So what is the problem with her? So she is actually a intersex female. Okay. Why I am telling she? Because at birth she was assigned as female. Okay. So though she is having 46 XY chromosomes, still the problem is she has a non-descended testis. And though she is producing the normal level of testosterone, but with reduced level of dihydrotestosterone. Okay. Testosterone is normal, but dihydrotestosterone levels are less. Why? Because as I have already told, testosterone is converted to DHT in the presence of 5-alpha reductase, and 5-alpha reductase is deficient here. So testosterone level in male is normal is 7.7 to 29.4 nanomoles per liter, and in females it is less than 2 nanomoles per liter. It is very much less compared to male. And yes, this I've already told, DHT is important in normal male external genitalia development. So from this one can see that testosterone is the hormone of male, and if it is present in a female in this range, that is so high, 7.7 to 29.4, so the person will be much muscular and will have more strength. So how will that affect? So because of this problem, Court of Arbitration for Sports on 1st of May 2019, they ordered such participants, in order to participate in race, such athletes have to take medications to lower their naturally high testosterone level. Okay, I don't know it is correct or wrong, but this has been asked to the athletes, that because they considered that this is unfair for the other athletes, other female athletes, because they have a very low range of testosterone, but these people, they are having a very high range. So this will of course affect the their other participants. No, so the Court of Arbitration asked such athletes to take the medications to lower their naturally high testosterone levels. But again, from aesthetic point of view, ethical point of view, one can also, the person will also feel bad, no, the athlete, because they are naturally birth assigned females. They will say, why will I take such drugs? Because drugs already are banned in sports, and you are asking me to take such a certain drug to lower my natural testosterone level. It is not something I have taken from external sources. So Semenya also refused to the decision of the court, and currently she has taken the case to European Court of Human Rights after failing in appeals at the Court of Arbitration and also in the Swiss Supreme Court. So this is I have told about 5-alpha reductase deficiency. Another thing is your congenital adrenal hyperplasia. So what is it? Congenital adrenal hyperplasia. So it is again an autosomal recessive disorder characterized by impaired cortisol synthesis. So when cortisol or glucocorticoid is deficient, what will happen? The negative feedback will stimulate the pituitary to secrete more of ACTH hormone. And what will happen? Then there will be hyperplasia of the adrenal gland. So because of deficient cortisol synthesis, there is adrenal hyperplasia. It causes deficiency in one of the 5 enzymes required for the synthesis of cortisol in adrenal cortex. So from this diagram, I will tell. See, this is from cholesterol, how different, mineralocorticoid, glucocorticoid, and sex corticoids are being synthesized. First, from cholesterol, pregnenolone is synthesized from there in the presence of 3-beta dehydrogenase is there, and then progesterone 2,21 hydroxylase, then deoxycorticosterone, then corticosterone, and all this. Okay, here our point of interest are 3. One is 21 hydroxylase deficiency. One is 17 hydroxylase deficiency. What is the function of 17 hydroxylase? It is converting the pregnenolone to 7-hydroxypregnenolone, which is the precursor for cortisol. Okay, so 21, 17, and another is 11 beta hydroxylase. What is the function of 11 beta hydroxylase? It converts the deoxycorticosterone to corticosterone and 11-deoxycortisol to cortisol. Okay. So you can see when there is deficiency of 21 hydroxylase, what will happen? The synthesis of aldosterone.
Excuse me, Dr. Sylvie.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Sylvie.
Yes, ma'am. Please tell.
Can you? We can hear you twice actually. Can you mute yourself? I'll mute you. You can unmute and talk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, Dr. Sylvie, please unmute yourself now. Dr. Sylvie?
Yes, unmuted.
Yeah, sure. Okay, you can continue now. The voice is gone.
Yeah, now it is better audible. Ma'am? Ma'am, is it now it is better?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, three enzyme effects I will be telling: 21 hydroxylase, 11 beta hydroxylase, and 17 hydroxylase. Okay. So you can see 21 hydroxylase is the enzyme which
Dr. Sylvie? Excuse me, Dr. Sylvie?
the precursors to aldosterone and cortisol both. So if
Excuse me, Dr. Sylvie?
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, your PPT is not visible. Can you please present it again?
Okay.
Please share your screen, Dr. Sylvie.
Yeah. Now is it visible?
Yes, you can continue.
So 21 hydroxylase, when it is deficient, you can see that it is the aldosterone and cortisol both will not be produced. Okay, they will not be synthesized from their precursor because 21 hydroxylase is the enzyme which is required for the synthesis of both aldosterone and cortisol. Though it is not required for the synthesis of the sex steroids. So what will happen? So when aldosterone is deficient, what will be the symptoms in the baby? So there will be hyponatremia, or there will be hyponatremia and hyperkalemia because aldosterone is required for sodium reabsorption and potassium excretion. Okay, so BP will be very low. Then cortisol, when it is low, of course there will be shock-like condition and hypoglycemia. But the sex steroids are produced in normal level, or you can say it will be produced in more level because all the precursors, everything will be shifted to the right side, and more of sex steroids will be produced. So what will happen? So if the baby is a female, the female will be producing with ambiguous genitalia. That is, that female, when she grows up, she will present with virilization, and she can be a intersex because the sex hormones are very much higher. But if male, yes, these issues will not be there. But of course, aldosterone is less, so BP will be less, and shock and other conditions will be there. Similarly, when there is deficiency of 11 beta hydroxylase, again you can see 11 beta hydroxylase is also required for the synthesis of both aldosterone and cortisol. So cortisol will not be synthesized. But though aldosterone will be deficient, but corticosterone, deoxycortisone will be produced. It is there because 21 hydroxylase is there and it converts progesterone to deoxycorticosterone. So deoxycorticosterone also has mineralocorticoid action. And as the pathway is stopped in between, so what happens is deoxycorticosterone level will be raised very much. So what will happen? Just the opposite. That means though aldosterone is less, but there will be hypernatremia and hypokalemia because mineralocorticoids as a whole, they can reabsorb sodium. It is not that only aldosterone is doing. So though aldosterone is less, deoxycorticosterone is performing the function and it is over functional because the accumulation of the progesterone. So more and more progesterone will be produced and 21 hydroxylase will be converting it to deoxycorticosterone. So there will be no low BP and other problems will not be there, but cortisol will not be there, and yes, sex steroids will also be there. So this is 11 beta hydroxylase, and the third is 17 hydroxylase deficiency. 17 hydroxylase is required for the conversion of pregnenolone to 17 hydroxypregnenolone and also progesterone to 17 hydroxyprogesterone. So when it is deficient, what will happen? So when it is deficient, how it is going to affect? Again, the both aldosterone and cortisol, these will not be produced at all. Okay, both will stop. So but the sex steroids will be produced. So now who will be suffering here in this case? Male or female? Here the when it is when suppose the baby is a male with this problem. I mean there is loss, no aldosterone and no cortisol. Okay, but more of testosterone is produced. Testosterone is produced, so the male will again not suffer that much. But yes, the female will have ambiguous genitalia. So these are various types of problems, types of congenital adrenal hyperplasia. But 21 hydroxylase is the most common one, and it is a female who will be having more of testosterone, and she will present at puberty. So now human genetics, you all know that is we are having 46 chromosomes in our body, 23 pairs, that is 44 autosomes and 2 sex chromosomes. Now karyotyping, I'm telling this briefly because I'm coming to a paper which I will be telling you, so which actually has something to tell us about the genetics of transgender. So briefly I'm telling all this. Karyotyping is the process of arranging and ordering all the chromosomes of an organism, and it is basically a genome-wide snapshot of an individual and chromosome of individuals and chromosomes. Okay, it looks at the size, shape and number of your chromosomes. Also it tells you about the position of the centromere and whether there is any deletion or duplication or any trisomy, it will tell you. Okay, so this is the human karyotype. And also of course it can tell you about the gender, XX and XY. You can see the last pair, XX and XY. So these are the 23 pairs of human chromosome and it is a normal karyotype. Now few other problems who are also present as intersex, you can say, or present with such type of issues like Turner syndrome, XO. You can see the karyotype, they are having only one X chromosome. So this is what is the problem here. You can see short stature, webbing of neck, broad chest and widely spaced nipples, cubitus valgus. Okay, these are the problem, and they have a streak ovaries. So once such female she will attain puberty, she will not attain her menarche, and she can suffer from infertility. Okay, so these are the and also of course short stature will be there, neck will be webbed. So these are some of the typical features of a Turner syndrome. Then Klinefelter syndrome, it is XXY, so double X are there. This is the karyotype of a Klinefelter syndrome. Again, this is male. Okay, how will he present? He will be taller than average height. There will be reduced facial hair, reduced body hair. There will be breast development, gynecomastia, because double X are there. Okay, osteoporosis, feminine distribution of fat, small testis, that is testicular atrophy. But remember, these are not transgender people. Okay, so these are all intersex. So now one more advanced technology, chromosomal microarray. What is it? Chromosomal microarray is a high resolution whole genome technique used to identify the chromosomal abnormalities. So various chromosomal abnormalities can be identified through this process. It identifies both those detected by conventional cytogenetic techniques as well as submicroscopic deletions and duplications, referred to as copy number variations. So, but what are the limitations? What the CMA cannot detect? It cannot detect small changes in the sequence of single gene, that is point mutations. Those cannot be detected. Tiny duplications and deletions of DNA segment within a single gene. Okay, balanced chromosomal rearrangement, that is balanced translocation and inversion. So when there is a translocation but balanced, so that those things CMA cannot detect. So what are the other techniques? So these are difference between karyotyping and microarray assay. What are the benefits of microarray over karyotyping? You can see this karyotyping, it will detect only large aberrations and balanced translocation and triploidy, and does not detect smaller aberrations. But this microarray can also detect the large and small aberrations and variations of unknown significance. Variants of unknown significance means some new thing which we are finding out while performing microarray or genomic sequencing, which is not recorded earlier. Okay, so these things also can be found out from microarray analysis, but karyotyping won't be able to find this. Now coming to, this is the thing important for us, whole exome sequencing. So what is exome? We know there are exons and introns. Exons are the protein coding regions of a gene. So when the whole genome we take, all the exons in the whole genome we take, that is known as exome. So genomic technique for sequencing of all the protein coding regions of genes in a genome, that is known as exome. So whole exome sequencing means we are sequencing or analyzing the whole the whole exome. Okay, so it is a two-step procedure. But before that, I will tell you the whole exome is just 1% of human genome. Okay, so the procedure, two-step procedure. First is select only the subset of DNA that codes for protein. Yes, the exons. Okay, the human have 1,80,000 exons, which constitute about only 1% of the human genome, or approximately 30 million base pairs. Okay, and the second step is you have to sequence it, sequencing the exonic DNA using any high throughput DNA sequencing technology. So this is the whole exome sequencing. Basically, we are seeing only the exome. Any defect in the exome we will detect. Exomes we will detect, but not the introns. Okay. Now comes the this thing. This is known as whole genomic sequencing. It is even better than that. Of course, more costly and more time taking. So whole genomic sequencing is you analyze or sequence both exome and the intron. Whole genomic sequence. So of course, whole exome sequencing is a slower and good accuracy. Many mutations will be tested, but whole genome sequencing, it is even more slower. Several weeks it will take, and all mutations tested, but lower accuracy. So I will be telling you some findings from this paper, the use of whole exome sequencing in a cohort of transgender individuals to identify rare genetic variants. It was published in Scientific Reports. So because I'm going to tell you about this thing, so only I just told something about whole exome sequencing. So basically, they have done the whole exome sequencing in 30 transgender subjects they have taken, they have done, and their aim was to identify rare genetic variants, because till date we are not very sure that if there is any genetic problem in transgender people, and if so, what is that? We are not very clear, and whether only one single gene is the responsible or it is polygenic, those things are not very clear. So research are going on. So this is one of the papers which I have taken. So here they have, as I have already told, they have taken 30 transgender people, 17 were transgender females, which are of course the natal males, and 13 transgender males, which are natal females. And then they have performed whole exome sequencing. So what they found out was whole exome sequencing of all of them. When they did, they found total 12,582 variants. This is too much, but they cannot they have to filter it. They cannot see all of them. Okay, how will they filter? According to the database available. Okay, and according to the various filtering system, after they got 441 variants only, and out of this, then they found out where they are located. They are located in the arcuate nucleus, anteroventral periventricular nucleus. Okay, these parts they are located. So one by one, I will be telling you everything. Medial preoptic area, the ventromedial nucleus, AVPV and arcuate nucleus. There are various genes. So this is quite not that clear. I will tell you one by one. The factors that lead to gender dysphoria are actually poorly understood till date. So in order to explore the possible genetic causes, the WES or whole exome sequencing was done and genes related to pathways of sexual differentiation in the brain were discovered. So they discovered certain genes which are responsible for changes in the brain that affects the transgender people. Okay, so the cause, basically the cause is, this is quite interesting. They found out that estrogen receptor initiated developmental pathways occurring in the ventromedial nucleus, medial preoptic area, AVPV and the arcuate nucleus are active in natal males rather than in natal females. But why? What is the cause? Estrogen is a female hormone. Why it is initiating a developmental pathway in these areas of the brain in case of male and not female? This is a major question. The answer lies here. During perinatal period. What is perinatal period? Just before and after some days of birth. So during this period, the testis initiates a rapid but transient surge in serum testosterone level. Okay, it happens only in male, not in female. Now what happens to the testosterone? It gets aromatized to estrogen. And now this is driving the estrogen receptor activated neurodevelopmental pathways. And that develops the male pattern behavior. Okay, so the male is not producing estrogen. Male is producing testosterone only, but that is aromatized to estrogen and that is driving the estrogen receptor activated neurodevelopmental pathways. And male pattern behavior we are able to see. But of course, we know during perinatal periods, the ovaries are quiescent in natal females, of course, and there is lack of the estrogen receptor stimulation and sex-specific neurodevelopment towards the path of feminization is seen. Now, this is the study is animal-based study. The humans, another study I'm telling you, animal model studies were performed on mice. So what they did cross-sex neurodevelopment they did, and they saw cross-sex behavior in rodents. So what is the male behavior in case of rodents are like mounting and thirsting, okay, and female behaviors are like lordosis and perceptive behavior. They just saw the opposite thing, okay. What they saw, lordosis and perceptive behavior in males and mounting and thirsting they saw in females. So what actually they did that they saw this thing? They just altered the thing. That means I will come to that. Okay. So the short perinatal period is actually known as critical period because the sex-specific neurodevelopment must be initiated during a short perinatal window only. And the resulting behavioral effects only emerge with the awakening of hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis. So though the problem is there, but during childhood we do not see that. Only after puberty these issues are seen. A similar pattern have been observed in at least 9 other mammalian species, including non-human primates. Okay, those study was done with rats, but similar effects have seen in other mammals also, including non-human primates. Though sex-specific brain development has not yet been thoroughly studied in humans, but the above pattern applies. There are evidences. What are the evidences? Number one, natal females with congenital adrenal hyperplasia, as I have told, they are exposed to elevated levels of androgen level prior to birth. Yes, because the other two pathways were not there, but testosterone level was normal. So they are elevated. Normal means more because all the pathway was shifted to right, and so more of testosterone and androgen was secreted. So what was the problem? They tend to be engaged in male typical play and less like.
Dr. Sylvie, please unmute yourself. Dr. Sylvie? Yes.
Am I audible?
You're audible. Your PowerPoint slides.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Is it seen, ma'am? Visible?
Yeah. Please continue.
So natal males also they express gender dysphoria were later diagnosed with congenital hypogonadotrophic hypogonadism. That means their male hormones were less. So these are all evidence based because till date, as I have told, there is not much evidence of any genetical issues or genetical proof of this transgender people. Okay, so this paper only it has few things which I am going to tell. So now already I have told how estrogen receptor is activate, how the estrogen receptor it is activating the various brain centers in case of male. So one by one I will be telling you. First is medial preoptic area. So when estrogen receptor activation is seen in the medial preoptic area, what happens is there is increased cyclooxygenase 2 activity. That leads to increased levels of prostaglandin E2 at the presynaptic level. Then what happens? There is increased mobilization and activation of dendritic AMPA type glutamate receptors, and that leads to increased dendritic spine formation. And this is the basis of male pattern behavior at the puberty. Everywhere we will see in all the areas when there is increased dendritic spine formation, male pattern behavior will be seen. So the mechanism is this in medial preoptic area. Now, what are the genetic defects they found out? I will be coming. First, the male pattern behavior in rats. These two already I have told, I think, mounting and intromission. Okay, these are male behavior. So, as I have told there, see here, what they have done is they are giving exogenous supply of AMPA receptor agonist to the neonatal females during the 10-day critical period after birth. Okay. So what they saw is adult females demonstrated male pattern sexual behavior. So they gave exogenous supply of AMPA receptor agonist to the natal females during the 10 days of birth, and the female later demonstrated male pattern sexual behavior, but of course at puberty, not at birth. So AMPA, here it is there, the pathway, you have to see here, increased mobilization and activation of dendritic AMPA type glutamate receptor. This is the basis of increased dendritic spine formation. So when you give AMPA agonist in case of female, what happens is she will show male pattern behavior. Okay. Now, what they found, total 9 genes were confirmed with variants by Sanger sequencing were identified that could affect this pathway. So, in the table, these genes were there, but it was not that clear, so I am telling you here. SPHK1. SPHK1 is a gene that modulates FOX2 acetylation in neuron. DNER, it mediates neuron-glial interaction, and there are also 7 other genes implicated in dendritic formation, arrangement, and arborization. So here you can see the same thing, medial preoptic area. So these 9 genes are there. So now, any defect in their formation, anywhere we can modulate, that it can be there any genetic problem in these particular genes, the person can present with transgender issues. That is the thing, or gender dysphoria can be presented. So now the ventromedial nucleus. So estrogen receptor activation in ventromedial nucleus, what happens? There is presynaptic release of glutamate. Again, postsynaptic NMDA receptors are there. There will be 2 things will be happening. One is calcium influx into the neuron, and second is activation of MAP kinase. Again, the final outcome is increased number of dendritic spine, and there will be male pattern of behavior. Okay. So here again 4 Sanger confirmed variants were noted, 4 genes. RIMS3 and RIMS4, their role in presynaptic vesicle fusion and neurotransmitter release. GRINI is a NMDA receptor. MAP4K3 is a MAP kinase. Okay. So any alteration in them can present with gender dysphoria. Okay. This is the thing I'm trying to tell. So it is actually they found out all this. So now the anteroventral periventricular nucleus. What they found out here? Estrogen receptor activation in AVPV nucleus. What will they see? What will it cause? It causes increased TNF alpha levels, and that leads to two things. One is decreased in BCL2 level and increase in BAX, BAD levels. Okay, and these are the pathways for normal apoptosis. So this leads to neuronal apoptosis, and this leads to more in case of male, the LH surge is prevented because of this. So now, decreased AVPV volume is thought to prevent adult male rodents from exhibiting the LH surge characteristics of female. Okay. The decreased AVPV volume is because of neuronal apoptosis. You have seen here, because of this pathway, there is neuronal apoptosis and decreased volume of AVPV in male. And what is the importance of this decreased AVPV volume? It is thought to prevent adult male rodents from exhibiting the LH surge characteristics of female. And one confirmed candidate gene, BOK, has been associated with apoptosis response to BAX, BAD pathway. So all these are very new. So now the third is the arcuate nucleus. Again here, the estrogen receptor activation in arcuate nucleus leads to increased level of activated chloride channel. Then chloride influx will be seen into the neuron, and there will be polarizing effect on the neuron. GABA A receptor. Okay, GABA A receptor is a bidirectional chloride channel present on the cell membrane of developing neuron. What it causes? When it is activated by GABA, it allows chloride to flow down its concentration gradient towards the equilibrium, leading to neuronal depolarization. And what that causes? It leads to opening of the L-type voltage-gated calcium channels. So calcium enters into the neuron and it causes the phosphorylation of the CREB. Okay, so that leads to decreased dendritic spine number in arcuate nucleus of the developing male rat. So arcuate nucleus dendritic spine are less in case of male rat. Okay. KCNK3. It transcribes a transmembrane K plus channel that is upregulated in a compensatory fashion in neurons where GABA A receptor activity was experimentally disrupted. Now, variant effects in transgender males compared to transgender females. So, estrogen receptor activation has differing and even opposing developmental effects in different brain regions and in different sexes. How it is different? Genes associated with those developmental pathways can contribute to gender dysphoria in both natal sexes. Okay. So, coming to the conclusion, so an individual's gender identity is a result of a complex interplay between multiple genes as well as environmental and societal factors. Okay, so we cannot find a single gene. So it is a polygenic threshold model. That is, there are various genes, as we have already seen. There are various areas of brain affected by estrogen, and there are various genes also which are affecting the person's behavior or leading to gender dysphoria or trans behavior, whatever you can say. So it is a polygenic threshold model, and it has put an end to the search for a single so-called transgender gene. Previously, people were in search of a single transgender gene. So that search should stop now, because whatever little we know now at this time, it is a polygenic threshold model. Now, in some individuals, a single genetic variant may be sufficient to cause gender dysphoria. Okay, it doesn't mean that that particular variant would be necessary or sufficient to cause genetic dysphoria in the whole population. So what do you mean? It may be that we found out so many genes, some 400. I mean, at the end we found certain some 41 genes, I think, which can, the mutation in those can lead to gender dysphoria. But it is not that all should be there to produce dysphoria. Any one can produce dysphoria. Again, that one is not the one which is the only one which will produce dysphoria. In some people, that one can produce, others can produce, or it is not that one is producing means it will produce one, that mutation may not produce genetic gender dysphoria at all. So it is very much like gender fluidity. Here also we have to be quite fluid, which we have to show that behavior. We cannot be that rigid. So that is the thing. Okay, so a single genetic variant may be sufficient to cause gender dysphoria, but it doesn't mean that that particular variant would be necessary to sufficient to cause gender dysphoria in the whole population. Thank you.
That was a wonderful presentation, Dr. Sylvie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sylvie Banerjee, for enlightening us in the aspect of transgender genetics. Moving on, we now have our next speaker, Dr. Rachita Vanga, with PhD in Medicine Anatomy. She has experience as a working professor for 13 years and mentored 4 PhD research scholars, 5 paper presentations, 15 publications, and 5 research works. She is also a successful YouTuber, attracting 7,500 subscribers with her videos on human anatomy. She is currently working in Vinayaka Mission, Warrior Medical College. Anatomy is literally and figuratively the backbone of medicine. And now we invite Dr. Rachita Vanga to dive into transgender anatomy. Please take over the mic, Dr. Rachita. Dr. Rachita?
Dr. Rajita?
Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Yeah. Just a second. I will share the screen. Is my screen is visible? Hello? Is my screen is visible? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you for your kind words, Doctor. A greeting and a warm welcome to one and all. Before initiating, I want to thank Organizing Committee, Department of Physiology, the Lakshmi Srinivasan Medical College and Hospital for giving me this opportunity. I am honored to be one of the speakers of today's event. So today, I am going to speak on an amazing topic, that is transgender anatomy. So before going into the topic, I just want to ask few questions for your own self-assessment. You can answer these questions in the chat box. So the first question here is, trans woman is female by birth, male by birth, both male and female by birth, or neither female or female. You can mention A, B, C, D, whichever your option is in the chat box. The next question is, would there be any anatomical differences between transgender and others? Yes, no, I don't know. You can mention anything. The third question is, are transgenders are intersexual beings? Yes, no, I don't know. Few more questions to complete the questionnaire. So which part of brain would be responsible for the transformation? Insular cortex, limbic components, hypothalamus, none of the above. If your answers are multiple, you can write A, B, C in the options. The last question here is, sexual identity and gender identity means the same. No, yes, or I don't know. So these are the few questions. You can answer these answers in the chat box. So let's get into the topic. So objectives of today's session is, we will learn about determining sex and what is transgender. What is the difference between intersex and transgender? I mean to say anatomical differences between intersex and transgender, and basic terminology to understand the anatomy of transgender, and reasons for transformation into a transgender, and external, internal genital anatomy, neuroanatomical aspects, gender affirming surgeries, and post-surgery changes. So the transgender is the term which is not new for us. They are there in this world since our ancient times. The best example is Shikandi, who is an androgynous character in Mahabharata. So transgender people are seen in every region around the world, from every racial and ethnic background. Maybe your classmates, colleagues, neighbors, friends, and relatives. So they are there with us since long. So one thing we have to note that being transgender is not a disease or abnormality. But still, the transgender community is fighting for their basic human rights. I'm happy to say that they are making their way with grit and conviction to overcome discrimination. So transgenders are emerging with their success stories in every field, because after all, they are all humans like us. So here are few iconic transgender achievers who scripted history in India. So gender needs to be taught at schooling. So what is transgender? What it means to be? So already it was explained by Dr. Divya. Just I will give a small note about it. So transgender are those whose gender identity is different from gender they are thought to be at birth. So determining sex, that is the sex determination at birth is usually
Ma'am,
determined.
ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, sorry
Yes.
to interrupt, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, are you having different slides, ma'am? Is the same slide, first slide is on for us?
No, sir. My colleagues are able to see the present slide, which I am showing. Gender needs to be taught at schooling.
Slides
That is
are
the
visible.
slide.
Slides are visible.
Okay.
No,
Am I audible, madam?
Yes, madam.
audible,
Very
ma'am.
clear.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think there is some internet issues. Please check.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So talking about the determining of sex, the sex determination at birth is usually determined by the appearance of external anatomy, and prenatal determination can be done by using ultrasound. So most people never think about what is their gender identity. It is because it matches with their sexual identity at birth. But very few people are different. When they start growing, their innate knowledge of who they are is different from their initially expected when they are born. So sex is a multifaceted. So it can be described in various forms. So first is the chromosomal sex, which was better explained by previous presenter, Dr. Selvi, where a chromosomal sex, male contains XY sex chromosomes and female is having XX chromosomes. And gonadal sex, where males have gonad, testes, and females are having ovaries. And fetal hormonal sex, hormones play a very vital role in sexual differentiation of brain. And there are prenatal hormones which determine the fetal hormonal sex. And internal morphologic sex, where we talk about internal genitalia, and external morphologic sex, and sex of brain, and also the birth sex, which is assigned at birth, and pubertal hormonal sex. So these are the various forms of sex which we can describe the sexual identity of a person. So next, coming back to our transgender. So gender identity and its role. So in simple terms to say, transgender woman lives as a woman today, but was thought to be a male when she was born. Similarly, a transgender man lives as a man today, but was thought to be a female, and some transgender people are neither consider themselves neither as male or female, and some are the combination of both the sexes. Next, about the difference between the transgender and intersex. It was already spoke by previous speakers, but I will just say a basic important anatomical difference. So the disorder of sex development means the intersex, leading to ambiguous genitalia. So it is mainly because of reproductive anatomy or genes. So like chromosomal factors, gonadal factors, hormonal factors, which are involved in causing ambiguous genitalia. So intersex have like they have reproductive anatomy or genes that don't typically fit definitions of male or female. So these anomalies are often discovered at birth. So here in this image, you can see his male external appearance, but internally, if you see, histologically, he may have ovaries, he's having ovaries inside, and also the testes, and also a developed penis is seen. So, such people who are having a reproductive biological anomalies, so those are considered to be intersex. On the other side, you can see a female here having a small penis, that is hyperdeveloped penis, and we can see rudimentary uterus and ovaries here. So such anomalies are considered to be intersex individuals. So the main difference is transgender is a gender identity issue, but the intersex is determined by the biological characteristics. So this was explained by Dr. Selvi in the previous session, but we can just know the chromosomes are packed of genes found in every cell in the body. There are two types of chromosomes which are called as sex chromosomes, and usually the female baby has two X chromosomes and male are having one X and one Y. And if there is anomalies, numerical anomalies, it may result in sex chromosomal abnormalities. The most common varieties are Klinefelter syndrome and Turner's syndrome. In Klinefelter syndrome, there is an extra copy of X chromosome where the males are quite gigantic here and with rudimentary secondary sexual characteristics like rudimentary penis and all. And there may be a presence of gynecomastia and delayed puberty or delayed or absence of adolescence. So all these may occur. So the long legs and short torso with broader hips compared to the other boys are all seen in Klinefelter's syndrome. So coming to the Turner syndrome, so the Turner syndrome, it is identified by like wide webbed neck, low set ears, broad chest with widely spaced nipples, and having anomalies with the palate and even the anomalies in the heart, and there may be abnormalities at the elbows. So all these are included under Turner syndrome. Okay, next, just a confirmation. Am I audible and my screens are visible, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm not seen, no problem, but this presentation should be seen.
The slides are visible, ma'am.
Okay, that is enough for me.
Yeah.
Okay, next, moving on to sexual identity and gender identity, which was well explained by Dr. Divya. So sexual identity means during prenatal life, we know the males are having that acrocentric Y chromosome. So SRY gene, which is located on the Y chromosome, is always like it is responsible for maleness. So presence of SRY gene, the gonads will differentiate into testis and further it grows as a male. Absence of SRY gene results in the development of female reproductive hormones. So hormones play a vital role in sexual differentiation, and disorders of sexual development, chromosomal, prenatal, hormonal sex may result in ambiguous genitalia. So gender sex is usually fixed, gender identity is usually fixed in the children around 2 to 3 years of age. So sexual identity is the sex which is assigned at birth because of their anatomy, external and internal anatomy. This gender identity, it is usually fixed by 2 to 3 years of age, and here uh, when the child starts growing from 2 to 3 years of age, they start identifying their own sex, and they start also identify the other's sex. So that is called as gender labeling. And children later, they realize that gender is a stable over time, and typically it becomes like a permanent future. So the important of this is like some kids, they may not accept what they are. So that happens in few kids. So based on Nelson's pediatrics textbook, it says that approximately 1% of parents of 4 to 5, 11-year-old boys report that their son wished to be in the other sex. On the other hand, 3.5% of females of 4 to 11 years old, they wish to be boys. But very few among these children will have gender identity concerns when they grow into adolescence age. So persistence of this gender identity concerns are higher from adolescence to adulthood. So among these, majority identify themselves as transgenders and may pursue gender affirming medical intervention like hormone therapy or surgeries. I'm not going into terminology too much because already it was discussed in previous. So we know what is gender identity now, inner sense of gender, and who is a transgender, who is a trans man and trans woman. And we also understood about sexual orientation. And gender expansive, which is otherwise called as non-conforming, non-binary or gender queer. So this term is given to those individuals who can't fix them into neither male nor female. So they are confused about their gender identity. So the role that is assigned at birth but does not fit into the binary understanding of gender is called as gender expansive. And gender transmasculine and feminine, I will show in the next slide. And gender dysphoria is the stress or psychological stress which a woman or a male undergoes during their transformation because of their incongruency of gender identity and phenotypic sex. And gender affirming surgeries are the surgical alterations of natal anatomy to align with one's gender identity. So if you see the frequency of transgender population, alone in US, there are around 1.4 million transgenders. That is around approximately 1 to 200. In India, the prevalence of transgender is around 1 lakh. There are many more in numbers, but many transgender people in India, they won't disclose themselves because of social stigmas or fear of discrimination. So the reason for transformation into a transgender, it is still not known. So the reasons may be like environmental factors, gender-based stereotypes, social factors that are hypothesized to play a role in the development of transgender. Let's talk about their anatomy. So genital organs, if you see a trans woman, means by birth they are assigned as males, and when they grow, they are considered themselves as females. So if you see their pelvis, it will be like almost similar, a typical male pelvis, like having a penis, testes, and urinary bladder, seminal vesicles, and all prostate, all these. Similarly, on the other side, if you see a trans man, means at birth they are females. When they grow, their gender identity is a male. So if you see their pelvis internally, they have like a typical female pelvis, having a uterus, ovaries, fallopian tubes, all this. So phenotypically, they are based on their sexual identity. The gender identity, it is mainly because of their brain. So the differences in sex or gender and behavior. The human brain is a variety of individual characteristics. We can't say there is like a typical male brain or a female brain. Always the characteristics varies between male and female. So one brain where they say, though physically they are male, but their brain may say they are females, their brain would be towards females more. So the sex of this gender dysphoria is still unknown, but few studies like Boa and Swap in 2011 postulated that the fetal sexual brain differentiation mainly occurs during the second half of pregnancy. So he says that, he hypothesizes that the fetal sexual differentiation of brain in transgenders, it won't correspond to their development of body, means rest of the body. So this assumption implies that neuroanatomical features could be the causative factors for gender dysphoria. So the next study is by Rugrok et al. Rugrok et al. Concluded that the sexual differences in brain volumes notably found in insula. So you can see the green colored structure is the insula here, which is a submerged brain, and it is called as central lobe of insula or island of rain. So insula is related to human consciousness mainly. And of course our limbic system, because the sexual drive and sexual behavior, emotions, motivations, all these are under the control of limbic system. And basal ganglia has numerous functions. We can say like it including control of voluntary movements, learning, cognition, all these are under the control of basal ganglia. And not only these parts of gray mass, also the thalamus and hypothalamus, which are the parts of diencephalon. There is a variation between the sexes between the thalamus and hypothalamus as well. So that was about the gray matter. Next, the studies have also reported that findings of white matter volume in sex differences was notably found, especially in the cerebellum, cerebral lobes, and corpus callosum. So let us discuss one by one. So here in this image, here is the insula, which is a submerged brain, which is the central lobe, and in the gray matter which is covering the insula, it is called as insular cortex. So there were several studies which were put forth on the gray mass volume of insula. So I'll just show more. This is the most recent one. Giano Carlo in 2017, he compared the cortical thickness of insula in trans women with the cisgender woman. I hope you all know by this time who is a cisgender woman. Cisgender woman means their sexual identity and gender identity means the same. So those individuals are considered as cisgender women. So when they compare, he found that the insular cortex is found to be lesser thicker when compared to cisgender women, that controls. In Savick and Arvar in 2011, their findings were little different. They found that there are higher right insular thickness, cortical thickness when compared to the cisgender women. So this is a controversial paper. And the next one is by Zubair Elorza in 2013. They said that they found greater cortical thickness in right insula when compared to the cisgender men. And the same people published again in 2014, where the transgender women who are undergoing hormonal therapy, in them they found decreased cortical thickness of insula when compared to normal. So inference, because of based on these all studies, we can just say that lower gray mass volumes in transgender women are seen when compared to cisgender women. So that is about the insula. So next about the rest of the gray matter. So here, if you see, this is called, this is the medial sagittal section of the brain, showing corpus callosum and rest of the gray matter here. And this one is the cuneus. This triangular area is called cuneus. In front of the cuneus, the arrow marked is called precuneus. And this is the parietal lobe. This is the paracentral lobule. And rest of it is the medial frontal area. So a paper which was published by Manzuro and Casido and Savik in 2017, they published that female to male transgenders, they displayed a thicker midfrontal, precuneal, parietal and lingual cortex. So here is the lingual cortex, which is best seen in the base of the brain, which continues as para-hippocampal gyrus. So Manzuri demonstrated that precuneus region and paracentral lobular region, parietal lobe and frontal areas, and also the lingular cortical regions were comparatively thicker in transgenders, especially from female to male transgenders when compared to cisgender controls. And they also found that the weaker connections between the cingulate gyrus. So here is the corpus callosum. The gyrus which is around it is called as the cingulate gyrus. So the anterior part of the cingulate gyrus, which is in front of the genu of the corpus callosum, is called as genual cingulate gyrus. So the connections between this genual cingulate gyrus with the insula are usually well established. But in transgenders, the connections were found to be minimal. They were weaker connections between the cingulate gyrus and insula. So these were the findings demonstrated by here. So most of the studies in humans are not confirmed, but there are many animal studies where they confirmed the sexual differentiation of brain. So testicular androgens during prenatal period, testicular hormones during prenatal period play an important role in sexual differentiation of brain, especially in rodents. So the testicular androgens transported to the brain via the androgen receptors. And testicular androgens which when they reach the brain via the androgen receptors, they synthesizes neuroandrogens which further differentiate the brain into a male brain. Similarly, neuroestrogens, which act via the estrogen receptors during prenatal period, significantly contribute in the sexual differentiation into female brain. So apart from hormones, they also concluded that, animal studies concluded that preoptic area, which is located in the hypothalamus, and bed nucleus of stria terminalis, we can shortly say as BNST, they are also sexually dimorphic brain regions that are involved in the regulation of sexual, specific social behaviors and reproductive neuroendocrine system. So let's see where they are. So here is the section taken at the level of hypothalamus, that is a mid-sagittal section showing the diencephalon. So this one is the thalamus and the colored one here is the hypothalamus. So these colored structures are the several nuclei which are located in the hypothalamus. So we are interested to know about preoptic region. So this purple one, what you are seeing on the anterior side of the hypothalamus is called preoptic region. And it is again having two nucleus, lateral preoptic nucleus and medial this is the medial preoptic, this is the lateral preoptic nucleus. So the this preoptic area of the hypothalamus is involved in many physiological and behavioral process. And one of its main function is to manage body temperature, that is homeostasis. And the other function about this medial preoptic nucleus. So this medial preoptic nucleus is the primary brain region which controls the male sexual behavior. So lesions of this region, brain region, it inhibits the expression of male sexual behavior, and hormonal, chemical or all the behaviors will be lost in them. And electrical stimulation of medial preoptic nucleus will enhance the male sexual behavior. So this was published by Agmo in 1997. So he says that medial preoptic nucleus of hypothalamus is responsible for male sexual behavior. So in rodents, they found to be that medial preoptic nucleus would be smaller in size in trans women when compared to cisgender men. The next is about the hormones, adrenal hyperplasia. So prenatal and perinatal hormones may influence the sexual differentiation of brain, which we know now. And some girls with congenital adrenal hyperplasia develop male gender identity. Means by birth they are females. Their sexual identity is a female. But when they grow, they consider themselves as males and their gender identity would be male. That is because of adrenal hyperplasia. But this is not the reason for transformation in many of the transgenders, but few, this may be the reason. And next important is about BNST, that is bed nucleus of stria terminalis, which is also associated with the hypothalamus and limbic system. So this nucleus, bed nucleus of stria terminalis of hypothalamus in transgender women is found to be smaller when compared to cisgender men. This is published in Nelson's textbooks of pediatrics. We can have a look here. This is the bed nucleus of stria terminalis. And here is the amygdala. And from the amygdala, we can see the stria terminalis is the efferent tract going to the septal nuclei, which are located towards the hypothalamus. And we can see here, this is the bed nucleus of stria terminalis. So I want to show the bed nucleus of stria terminalis in coronal section as well. So these are the two lateral ventricles. The section is taken at the central part of lateral ventricle at the level of trunk of corpus callosum. And here is the head of the caudate nucleus. And this one is the lentiform nucleus. And lateral one is the putamen, medial one is the globus pallidus. And this white color tract, what you are seeing is the internal capsule. So our bed nucleus of stria terminalis is located here. So this is the bed nucleus of stria, which is a very tiny nucleus actually, located in relation with the lateral ventricle. So this nucleus plays an important role in sexual behavior. The next study is on thalamus. Michael Vaitonov et al. He demonstrated that a significant effect of like sexual orientation for thalamus and also the precentral gyrus, the gray mass volumes is cisgenders versus transgenders. So they found to be a different gray mass volumes in thalamus between transgenders and cisgenders. Next, moving on to white matter of brain. So we completed with the gray mass volumes. Now we are moving on to white matter of brain. So here what you are seeing is the mid-sagittal section of brain where you are seeing the corpus callosum. So corpus callosum is the largest structure of white matter in the human brain that connects right and left cerebral hemispheres, which connects the target areas between right and left cerebral hemispheres made up of commissural fibers. So the size of this, the shape and size of this corpus callosum also found to be different between transgenders and non-transgender individuals. So these are the few studies which were put forth about corpus callosum. Ebori et al. Reported that no significant differences were found in callosal shape between transgenders and control men and women. Okata et al. Found that the transgender people were more likely to have mental sex than their natal sex in terms of callosal shape in mid-sagittal section. And Remeti et al. He worked with MRIs and investigated the white matter microstructure pattern in transgender individuals. And he declared that early onset of gender incongruency and homosexual orientation and observation of the especially observed in female to male transgenders when compared with the control females. He found the difference in FA values were different in right superior longitudinal fasciculus and corticospinal tract, which is a descending tract, and forceps minor, which is a part of corpus callosum. So all these areas were found to be different, having different FA values. FA is better can be better explained by radiologist, but I will just say FA is the measure used for diffusion imaging, and it is thought to be like reflect the fiber density, axonal diameter, and myelination in the white matter of brain. So here, this is the superior longitudinal fasciculus, the red one, which connects the frontal area to the temporal lobe. And this is a horizontal section, transverse section, taken at the level of corpus callosum. So we can see this is forceps minor and forceps major. So forceps minor was found to be different in transgenders when compared to cisgenders. Moving on to gender affirming surgeries. So that was the changes which we found in the brain. So let us see some surgical anatomy as well. So gender affirming surgery refers to the procedures that help the people in transition for their self-identified gender. So gender affirming options may include facial surgery, top surgery, or bottom surgery. Most people who choose gender affirmation surgeries report improved mental and quality of life. Apart from gender confirmation surgeries, there are some other treatments also, like hormone therapy, which is used to increase the masculine and feminine characteristics, puberty blockers, which prevents the puberty, and voice therapy to adjust the voice or tone or help with the communication skills, which was already explained. So coming to this gender affirming surgeries, so the goal is to alter the anatomy to match their gender identity. So that is the goal. So in feminizing a person, these are the surgeries which are done. One is the breast augmentation and orchectomy. Orchectomy means removal of erectile tissues like corpora quadrigemina, corpora cavernosa, and corpora spongiosum. These tissues are removed, and vaginoplasty, making a new vagina, and then facial feminization surgeries, and thyroid chondroplasty, the thyroid cartilage surgeries. In masculinizing, the surgeries are chest countering, hysterectomy. Hysterectomy means removal of uterus, and oophorectomy, removal of ovaries. Phalloplasty means making a new phallus or penis, and scrotoplasty and thyroplasty. So basically, we can divide these surgeries as top and bottom surgeries. So top surgeries are mainly associated with the surgeries with the chest, and genital or the bottom surgeries to transform or reconstruct the genitalia. So here is an image showing some facial surgeries. So So the cheek surgeries are done here, the jaw, where a surgeon may shave down the jawbone using fillers to enhance the jaw, or nose surgery, which is called as rhinoplasty, where the surgery to reshape the nose, making a broader nose in trans men and narrow nose in trans women, all this. And other facial surgeries like chin surgery and reduction of Adam's apple, thyroid cartilage surgery. So these are few facial surgeries. Next, moving on to breast augmentation. So breast implants. Here is the CT scan showing the breast implants. So the feminizing hormones usually induce the breast tissue histologically. So no need to do any breast implant operation. They can just attain the Tanner stage 5 with the Tanner stage 5 maturation with just hormone therapy. But if hormone therapy fails, then they can go for breast augmentation. So in breast augmentation surgery, two kind of implants are there. Here is the silicone implants, and the second image shows the saline implants, which gives the best breast contour. The other is the silicone injections, which is also done for breast augmentation and other tissue contouring. But the silicone surgeries are prohibited. It is illegal in United States. It is illegal in India as well, because this silicone surgeries may cause lot of side effects. So the silicone surgeries may result in like the silicone particles. Here you can see the silicone particles. It may sometimes go into the bloodstream and cause the embolism, that is pulmonary embolism, or it may result in systemic autoimmune reactions. Sometimes it may lead to death. So that is the reason silicone surgeries are illegal. Next, about the chest binding. So we saw about top surgeries in feminizing. Now we are going to see the musculizing top surgeries. So chest binding is compression of breast tissue to achieve the masculine chest tumor, chest counter, sorry. So masculization is just done by the binding. Suppose the binding fails, they can undergo the mastectomy, removal of breast tissue. Next, about the vaginoplasty, creation and creating a functionally cosmetically acceptable neo-vagina. And there are several types of vaginoplasty. So vaginoplasty, there are three techniques: penoscrotal inversion, intestinal interposition, and perioneal vaginoplasty and skin grafts. So here is the image showing the penoscrotal inversion, and second one is intestinal interposition, which are taken from stowell. And these surgeries can be in a single or it can be in a multi-stage surgeries. So first, about the penoscrotal inversion. So first image indicates this blue lines indicates the lines of incision. So incision would be taken, and the erectile tissues like corpora cavernosa, corpora spongiosum, they are all removed, and the length of the urethra is also reduced, and which is connected to the catheter here, and the glans is also reduced in size, preserving the dorsal neurovascular bundle, which connects to the connecting in contact, and to create a sensation of neoclitoris. And urethra is shortened and it is positioned inferior to the neoclitoris. And skin, penile shaft, scrotum, whichever the remains, they cause the remove the by orchiectomy. The procedure is called orchiectomy. So they remove all these structures, creating a new vagina. So this is penoscrotal inversion. The second procedure is phalloplasty. Phalloplasty techniques are taking the skin graft from radial free forearm free flap or from the anterolateral thigh flap. So the skin is taken along with the subcutaneous tissue and intact blood vessels and nerves. And this skin is rolled around the catheter. You can see in the second image, it is rolling around the catheter. And the rolled one is implanted. So in radial frio, it uses ventral side of the forearm in radial free flap surgeries. And the tactile sensations are kept in intact. And the dorsal nerve of clitoris is connected to this to have an erectile function. So phalloplasty means surgically creating a new phallus. So that was the bottom surgeries. And next, moving on to phalloplasty, creating a phallus or a penis. That is, two options are there: phalloplasty and metidioplasty. So phalloplasty is the surgery, metidioplasty is a non-surgical procedure. So in metidioplasty, only the hormones are given. So it is known as meta. Metidioplasty is otherwise known as meta, and it is describes as that work with the existing genital tissue and to create a new phallus with the help of hormones. Here in this image, the new phallus that is clitoris and has to move here.
Rajita ma'am, please unmute yourself. Rajita ma'am. Rajita ma'am, please unmute yourself. You are muted.
Now am I audible?
Yes ma'am, yes ma'am. Continue.
Yeah. Now my screen is visible?
Yes ma'am, it is visible.
Okay. So here you can see the scrotal implants and testicular implants. So the scrotal implants, so here are guys. So they are usually made of silicone, so silicone implants, and the testicular prostheses, which function as a pump for hydraulic erectile devices. So transgenders after gender affirming surgery. So that was we saw during surgeries. What are the surgeries which are done in feminizing, in masculizing an individual? So after surgery, let's see some post-surgical anatomical changes as well. So gender affirming surgeries expand the options for physical transition among the transgender patients. So those whose gender identity is incongruent with the sex assigned to them at birth. So growing medical insight and increasing public acceptance have improved the access to and increased the demand of gender affirming surgeries. So after facial surgeries, usually there would be some swelling. So the swelling would be last for usually 2 to 4 weeks, and adequate time should be given by the clinicians to assess the anatomical changes during post-surgery for the edema and inflammatory changes to subside. Procedures for the transgender woman, those with the feminine gender identity, that is the breast augmentation, using implants, genital reconstruction, vaginoplasty, all these surgeries we have just seen. And some transgender women receive medically unapproved silicone injections. As I told earlier, it is illegal already. And it is done usually for breast augmentation and other soft tissue countering procedures. So this may lead to disfigurement, silicone pulmonary embolism, systemic reactions, and sometimes even death. Procedures for transgender men, that is masculine gender identity, like chest, they can undergo chest muscularization, mastectomy, removal of breast tissue, and genital reconstruction, phalloplasty, metidioplasty, scroloplasty, and erectile device implantation. All these surgeries can be done in them. And regular ureterography is the standard imaging modality which is performed to evaluate new urethral patency. So the clinician has to check the patency of the new urethra regularly. And he should even check for the other complications like leaks or fistulas which may form because of post-surgical complications. So one thing, the clinicians must be aware of wide variety of anatomic and pathologic changes which are unique to the individuals who undergo gender affirming surgeries to ensure the accurate imaging interpretation. As transgender individuals continue to seek medical care for their transition, and the number of cases who seek gender affirming surgery is increasing in today's time, it will become increasingly necessary for radiologists to recognize the normal and abnormal imaging patterns associated with these procedures. So with this note, I'm winding up, and these are the references from where I took this presentation today. And before ending, I just want to say that if you are interested in knowing more of anatomy, you can follow my YouTube classes, YouTube channel. And you can follow my Instagram for regular updates on my YouTube channel. And at this juncture, I want to thank ProCM also, which is an online platform which provided me an opportunity to work as faculty and content developer in their forum. And I want to thank Next Fellow app, which is the companion for NEET PG. Our Supreme Court of India identified transgender as the third gender in 2014 and provided equal rights for them. So let us make sure that we treat transgenders as our fellow beings with due respect and consider them as a part of our society so that no one suffers any more agony and transformation, and let's support each other. And I want to thank Tata Steel for seeking only transgenders for earth moving machinery. This is a very new news about uplifting transgenders by Tata Steel. So thank you once again, and thank you organizing committee for giving me this opportunity, and a special thanks to participants who are the patient listeners who are listening this talk till the end. And with this I'm winding up. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. That was an enlightening talk. We have a query, ma'am.
Yes, sure.
From Dr. Usha Nandini Marimuthu.
Yes, ma'am.
So the query is, these anatomical changes or differences that has been widely studied, is it the cause of gender dysphoria, or do you think it is because of the effect of behavioral changes in transgender individuals altering this brain regions? So this is the query, ma'am.
Actually, the question is very good. Thank you, madam, for asking. Actually, they are mutually related because the sexual behavior and is because of hormonal changes as well. And the hormonal changes may in turn the change of brain. So anatomical changes which are present in the brain in turn again affect on hormone producing glands, especially the pituitary gland. Because the hypothalamus changes may affect the pituitary gland. So again, the hormones are produced. So these hormones will via the affect brain. So it is a mutual relationship between the hormones and brain, which causes the gender dysphoria.
Thank you for the answer, ma'am.
Okay.
Dr. Usha Nandini, you still want clarity or you are clear? Okay, I hope Dr. Usha Nandini is clear. We have another query from Dr. Sendil Nathan.
Sure.
Yeah. Doctor, please ask your query. Dr. Sendil Nathan, I guess. Okay. So the next query is from Dr. Arya. Okay, Dr. Sendil Nathan has replied. Good presentation. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, I hope if there are no other queries, we can wind up this session.
Okay, I'm ending the slideshow.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Rajita, for providing us with valuable insight into transgender anatomy. Now we welcome Dr. Divya to release the e-surveyna of the conference. The e-surveyna will be emailed to all the delegates soon. Over to you, ma'am.
A souvenir is a token of remembrance, a symbol of experience. I am proud to release the e-souvenir for our conference, Transgender Physiology. The e-souvenir is a compilation of summaries of all the talks, all the topics that we have covered in this conference. All the summaries are being compiled, as well as we have also we have also included all the posters, entries of all the poster competition in this souvenir. So it's nearly 69 pages souvenir, it's the e-souvenir. So we'll be mailing all the delegates as well as the speakers the e-souvenir. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Moving on. Parenthood is the single greatest preserve of the amateur, yet it is often taken for granted. But how does the transgender integrate into it? We have Dr. Madhavan giving us an insight into reproductive physiology in transgender. We now have our next speaker, Dr. Madhavan, with MD in Physiology and MSc in Yoga Therapy. He has 9 years of experience in the academic field, leading medics and preparing them as professionals. He has keen interest in sleep physiology, electroencephalography, and polysomnography. Please take the podium, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Yeah. Yeah. I hope I'm visible too when I'll
Yes, sir, you're
my
visible.
presentation. Yeah. It feels a little odd when you're calling me sir. Again, resort to Dr. Madhavan, I'm fine. Yeah.
Okay, I'll call you Dr. Madhavan.
Yeah. I'm trying to just 1 second. Oh God, there's some settings issue. Just 1 second. No problem. Tab. Just 1 second, sorry. Is it possible that I can connect from a different browser? I think it's not letting me present my screen.
Yeah, you can.
Just give me a minute.
Okay.
I'll just leave and join. I hope I'm audible now.
Yes, sir, yes, Dr. Madhavan, you're audible.
Yeah, just 1 second. I hope my screen is visible now. It's loading
Yes.
up. Just a sec. Yeah, thank you. Finally, I'm in, and I hope my presentation is visible now.
Yes, it is visible.
Yeah, thank you. So it's a pre-lunch session. They always say that a pre-lunch session is second most difficult session to take after a post-lunch session. I mean, so I hope I keep you interested and keep your hunger at bay during this session. And thanks for the organizers. Thanks for the organizers from Dhanlakshmi Srinivasan Medical College for giving me this opportunity. And it also gives me immense pleasure because this is my debut talk with Tamil Nadu Physiology Association. Though we have all spent time listening to them over in our PG days, I never got an opportunity to be on the elite list of speakers addressing Tamil Nadu Physiology Association. So thanks for this opportunity at the outset. And it's a very important topic at the nth hour because even with us, the awareness is very less. So let me start with a few disclaimers at the beginning. First, we'll all ensure that the microphone is muted and for the listeners, I'm telling. And I'll take up the questions at the end of the session. If there is any, you can put in the chat box. And the most important disclaimer is over through the period of 2 days, I think the organizers are going to find it really difficult because the topic is extremely overlapping. Now, I was connected for Dr. Rajita's session, and I was just smiling inside because there's quite a lot of overlap in what I'm going to talk as well. And I think it's going to be the case because every speaker would like to set the context for their speech. And when you take physiology, physiology talks about every medical specialty from the functional point of view, and hence there's going to be quite some overlap. So kindly bear with that too. Now, I think you are introduced these topics quite many number of times. So these are the topics which is again going to be used in my talk as well. So I'm just displaying that for you. And also, again, I thought I need to introduce these topics, but it's not required because I was listening to the previous sessions as well, where there was a lot of talk on sex reaffirming surgery as well. So again, these terms are going to be used in the presentation. Now, to start with, to understand reproductive physiology in transgenders, first we need to understand the normal reproductive physiology, and I'm just going to take only one slide to talk about it. We all know that the reproductive physiology can be classified into, I mean, the developmental reproductive physiology can be classified under three broader heads, that is genetic sex, gonadal sex, and phenotypic sex. So the program is written in the genes, whether it is XX or XY, and this program is going to orchestrate a series of events which is going to develop a bipotential gonad otherwise. That is, to 6 to 8 weeks of pregnancy, it is a bipotential gonad. It can develop either into a testis or into ovary. But it chooses to take a particular path depending on the coding that is given by the XX or the XY. Now, the sex determining region of Y chromosome, SRY gene, is very important in developing into the male gonad testis, which later secretes the Mullerian inhibiting substance, which inhibits the Mullerian duct. That's why Wolffian duct develops, and then the male phenotypic expression is finally seen. Now, if there is going to be any problem in this process, most likely we come across individuals who have genetic sex and gonadal sex belonging to a particular type, example male, while the phenotypic sex is that of a female, as classical in the case of androgen insensitivity syndrome. Or vice versa, you have all the three as that of a female, while the external genitalia is ambiguous, as in the case of a congenital adrenal hyperplasia. But the issue is such deviation in the normal development of a male or a female reproductive system will always result in what is called as an intersex. And intersex is not synonymous with a transgender. Now, why I want to emphasize on this? Now, if you are signed up for this particular conference, then you may be primed up for what is a transgender physiology. I mean, in general, the concept of a transgender. But on a lighter note, I was talking to one of my colleagues from another department, and I told I'm going to speak in a conference on transgender reproductive physiology. And immediately the person said, "Oh, this Klinefelter, Turners, all that, right?" Now, that is the kind of sensitization and awareness we have even among the healthcare providers. Now, intersex is not synonymous with transgender. Now, intersex are people born with reproductive or sexual anatomy that does not fit typical within the definitions of a male or a female. So previously we were using the terms like hermaphrodite, pseudo-hermaphrodite, true hermaphrodite, and all those kind of terms. But these terms are deemed stigmatous now, and it's caused a traumatic experience among individuals who are identified with these diagnoses because it's a very biological term, and ascribing that to a person is deeply emotionally traumatizing for them. And so these terminologies have now replaced with the terminology called intersex. Now, intersex is not synonymous with the transgender. Now, individual who is having incongruence with the sex assigned at birth, they have gender dysphoria, and these people have decided to transit from one sex identity to the other. Now, these people are defined as transgender, and the important point note is they do not have problem with the development of reproductive system, and mostly they do not have problem with respect to the development of the organs in relation to the sex assigned at birth. So they are not synonymous with intersex. Now, talking about the prevalence of this condition, in the literatures prior to 2014, you find the rate to be really, really low. something in single digit like 7, 8, 10. Many literatures say 4.8 to 6.8 per 100,000 population. And most of the data come from Northern European countries, from Scandinavian countries, where the awareness is much better when compared to the statistics coming from United States, and very little data you get from subcontinent and Asian population. And the people who undergo gender affirming treatment is around 27.7 mean value for every 100,000 population. Now, this 20-fold increase in reporting of gender dysphoria or incongruence, this rise is seen in last 5 to 7 years. It's primarily because of the fact that the society is trying to be more inclusive, more awareness on LGBTQT community, and as we spread more awareness in terms of the, for example, the conference that we are going through right now is in itself a way of spreading awareness to people. Then the people who have such problems are identifying that they have a problem and they seek for a medical attention, and this is primarily put the increase in the number. Now, if this gender identity crisis is considered coming under the sexual dysfunction in a way, then sexual dysfunction in itself is not a very, like, you cannot classify them like any organic causes, just like how you have etiology for a myocardial infarction. Though even that has cultural, social, and behavioral pattern, here it is even more. So the biopsychosocial model of sexual dysfunction is more clear in describing what could probably cause this gender dysphoria in such individuals. Now, biological is they have body dysphoria, they have problem with the way they look at their own self-image, and the problem could be from cultural and social, where they are constantly subject to body defamation, and there could be issues in relationship which push them to the crisis where they wanted a gender alteration, or the problem could be psychological, arising from deep trauma from the past, or the problem can just simply originate from the experiences that they had in their sexual behavior, which push them to alter their gender identity. So it's a very multifactorial thing. So the biopsychosocial model explains it more better. And that also means that the assessment of such individual with the gender dysphoria has to be a multi-centric approach, and it cannot be a straight biological approach alone. Now, most of the individuals during their pre-treatment assessment of sexuality, it was found that they have a negative body image. They feel low about the way they look. They are not the people who are in for, they are not this overboard people who change their DP every day or kind of like that. They are more people who are hibernating about themselves. They have very low body satisfaction. They have low self-esteem. And body dysphoria is a very important component of the elements that constitute a gender dysphoria. And now to cope with this, they resort to a lot of strategy. One of the strategy that commonly observed is people tend to do cross-dressing, and or if they're not bold enough to do a cross-dressing, actually in a female to male transition, cross-dressing is quite easy, where a lady who decides to transit from a woman to a man can very easily come and wear a pant and shirt. But the vice versa is very difficult for a man who wants to transit to a woman to do a cross-dressing wearing a skirt and a top is going to be really mocked at. So people resort to a lot of unisex way of dressing, which is a very easy way of coping. And people resort to many other ways, like, people can, people can grow hair, people can have a boycott, someone can resort to driving a motorbike. I'm not trying to mean that anyone, a lady wanting to drive a geared vehicle is transiting. I'm just trying to see those individuals who seek some coping strategy involved in these kind of social things, which are still not very drastic, and they kind of adapt with that. And very interestingly or sadly, many of the individuals on their pre-treatment sexual assessment were found to have childhood traumatic sexual abuse, and that has later manifested as gender dysphoria, causing gender incongruence in them. Now, coming to the concept of sexual orientation, um, sexual orientation is again a very complicated idea because it is defined by three important parameters, namely sexual identity, sexual behavior, and sexual attraction. Now, what does one person identify his sexuality as? That is sexual identity. Like you call them as straight, gay, lesbian, bisexual, all these are various parameters of sexual identity. Now, what is a sexual behavior? What is the behavioral pattern of having sex of this person? So whom does he has sex with? And sexual attraction, he might be doing something, but he or she might fantasize something else. So that is fantasy. Now these three components put together define actually somebody's sexual orientation. And sexual orientation is quite complex in most cases because one of the commonest example that people hear in this anonymous statements where they come and disclose the truth about them is they say that classical example is a cisgender man having sex with another cisgender man, and he is in a married relationship with a cis woman, and he identifies himself as straight. And it can be as complicated as that. So again, the gender dysphoria can have implications on sexual orientation of a person as well. Now, if a person has decided to transition, just one second. Am I still audible? Right? It's because it's quite silent out here.
You're
So,
audible. You're audible, Dr.
Yeah. Thank you. Sometimes it feels like I'm talking to myself. I'm just counter checking it. Yeah. So if someone has decided to do a transition, the various steps in transition is it starts from identifying the problem, which is having a diagnosis of a person having gender dysphoria. Now, having the diagnosis in hand, the next step is to have an exhaustive counseling session because gender affirming therapy in itself is a very big process. It's not a one-day process. Now, it's not like every person who has a diagnosis of gender dysphoria is confident enough to undergo a gender affirming therapy. So, counseling can be, just to alleviate or make them feel better, and then after that, give them the option whether you want to take an option to transit. If you're willing to transit, how far you want to go for it. You want to just stop with hormone therapy, or you want to go for reaffirming surgeries, or you want to just be happy by doing this socially acceptable things like just resorting to role plays and cross dressings and stuff like that. So all these are determined in counseling, and these are people who have low self-esteem about themselves, so they need an exhaustive counseling session. But more so on a practical aspect, what happens is they need to be warned about the consequences of a hormone therapy or a surgical reaffirmation therapy, which can have a lot of implications. So after the counseling is done, after the subject is sure that they want to have the therapy, we initially start with the hormone therapy, and after a reasonable goals achieved in the hormone therapy, they progress to a surgical reaffirming therapy, which can finally lead to an altered gender identity in the person. So these will be the steps through which they'll be transiting. Now, legally, this is again a criteria that I have taken from WPATH, from World Professional Association of Transsexual Health, and they give this 4 important criteria that has to be fulfilled before therapy, which is you should have a persistent, well-documented diagnosis of gender dysphoria according to the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Excuse me. I'm sorry. And he or she should have the capacity to take and give a fully informed decision and consent to the treatment, which obviously mean this person should be in a should not be afflicted of any mental disorders. They should be able to take their own decision, which means they should be in a legal age to take such decisions. That leads to the third point, that he or she should have the age of majority, 18 in India, 18 in Germany, 18 in most of the countries, right? And medical or mental health concerns, if any, must be reasonably controlled before the start of therapy. Imagine if somebody is already quite vulnerable to have a thromboembolic phenomena, And treatment with estrogen, one of the most common complications is venous thromboembolism. So, what is the point in picking up a high-risk individual, starting the therapy, and discontinuing it in the middle? Now, discontinuing in the middle is a nightmare for the subject because he is in transition completely, and this can further worsen the body dysphoria and gender dysphoria this person has. And it has been documented there are very high suicidal rates in individuals who have discontinued the transition process. So we have to be really careful in choosing an individual who has to undergo this therapy. Now, I think most of you will be able to identify the picture on the left half, and the right half is something that you get once you type woman to trans man in Google. Now, the two possible transitions are a man transiting into a trans woman and a woman into a trans man. Now, I could have still kept the picture from the movie Super Deluxe without the black boxing, but I'm not sure about the copyright things. Now, one thing I want to be really appreciative of the film crew is that when there is a portrayal of transgender in mainstream media, uh, there is very little understanding as well from their side. So, intersex is shown as transgender, and little defaming is being done. But here in this particular film, there is a male character who's married, who's sexually functional, who has a male child, who always feels that there is a inner woman inside him, and he disappears and comes back after gender affirming therapy after a few years as this new character Shilpa. That's how it is portrayed in the film, which is an actual portrayal of a transition of a man to a trans woman. For that, I think the crew should be appreciated, and I'm glad that they won this Best Film Award in 2019 Melbourne International Film Festival. We weren't appreciative enough here, though. While on the contrary, on the right side, the picture that you have is often a real lady, individual. And this picture again reminds me something that this is a series of Instagram posts from which I picked just one picture. And she's a very beautifully looking blonde haired woman who's musically talented, artistic. She performs in a cafe. And what actually stimulated this person to start embark on a transition journey to the man you see on the right side? Now, probably less of body dysphoria, but more of a psychological thing. Okay, there can be individuals in a oppressed society or a male chauvinistic society where they want an opportunity to express themselves, and such psychological situations could have even stimulated them to take a decision to transit from one sex to the other. And one of the comment I read in the photograph is that she insisted on hyper masculinity, and she went on a little over testosterone therapy. And you can see in the picture with the facial hair, beard, and six pack and all that. So there are two journeys possible. The journey is not as smooth as it is shown in the picture. It says that it takes at least 5 to 6 years for the complete transition to actually happen, right? So the other thing is, can we do a pre-pubertal hormone therapy? Now, this is become a bit questionable, but though from medical point of view, it is suggested that it is less complicated if we start a treatment way earlier, that is even in the pre-pubertal phase, where we can give GnRH analogs and delay puberty and directly start resorting to the maturation uh, to the sex that is desired. But there is a complication that most of the pre-pubertal subjects are of minor age, and they do not have the legality to give consent for the procedure. As a result, this treatment cannot be carried out. But one of the things that can be employed is the puberty can be delayed up to the legal age by giving their gonadotropin releasing hormone analogs. Right. Now, when we talk about the male to trans female transition, which is a feminization process, it involves two steps. First is you have to do a devirilization or emasculation, and then you have to do a feminization. Now, here, usually anti-androgen drugs are employed. Spironolactone can be given. Sapropterin acetate can be given. These are synthetic testosterone antagonists. They are used for devirilization. By maintaining a continuous high serum levels of these drugs, we can regulate the GnRH levels to such an extent that it can cause a complete inhibition of testosterone release from the Leydig cells. Now, once the testosterone levels and the 5-alpha dihydrotestosterone, which is essential for the secondary sexual characteristics in a male, are brought down to the levels as that of a functionally female range, which is less than 55 nanogram per deciliter, we have caused this complete devirilization process. And then you can start the estrogen therapy. Usually anti-androgen and estrogen is given as a combination therapy. Estrogen can be given as a oral preparation, parenteral or transdermal patches with varying doses, where you give 2 to 6 milligram per day for oral, 0.1 to 0.4 mg twice weekly in the case of transdermal, and 2 to 20 milligram in the case of parenteral for every second week. Again, the serum estrogen should be increased to a premenopausal female level. That's the functional female level. Now, in the case of a transitioning from female to male, again, testosterone is the mainstay, where you can give it as a transdermal or a subcutaneous or an IM injection. And gonadotropin suppression also has to be done, which will suppress the hypothalamo-pituitary ovarian axis. Thereby, the estrogen production can be decreased, and GnRH analogs are given in the case of prepubertal management. Now, before resorting to this hormone therapy, it is important to screen the individuals for any clotting disorders because, as I mentioned earlier, venous thromboembolism is one of the most serious dreaded complication, which leads to discontinuation of this treatment. And osteoporosis, obesity is very common again in supplemented estrogen therapy, and hypertension is common, breast cancer is common. It has been documented. And the physical changes that happen when you give this hormone therapy is, first, there is redistribution of body fat mass from an android pattern to a gynecoid pattern, and there is decreased sexual drive, libido is decreased, there is increased oiliness of skin, the breast tissue grows, there is reduction of facial and body hair. While in reverse, in a transition from female to male, there is increased muscle mass, decreased fat mass, increased facial and body hair growth, and there is virilization of the clitoris, deepening of the voice, and increased sexual drive. Again, one of the male to female transition, mainstay estrogen and anti-androgen therapy. The most common complication, reiterating again, venous thromboembolism, osteopenia, osteoporosis, and breast cancer, and also prostate cancer has been reported in these individuals. While in that of female to male, with excess androgen treatment, there can be a male pattern hair loss, frontal balding can be there, or a central disappearance of hair can be there. And interestingly, loss of vaginal lubrication, cessation of menses, and suppression of fertility. Now, you can ask a question that these are the three target effects that you want when you start the therapy. But the problem is, till the time a person has gone for a gender reaffirmation surgery, where they go for reconstruction of the genitals, till then, loss of this lubrication or cessation of menses sometimes could be very traumatic to the patient, and hence it's listed as the list of complication of cross hormone therapy. And it is also an important point to note that most individuals who resort to cross hormone therapy wouldn't always also resort to a gender reconstruction therapy. There's a big number difference between these two. Now, coming to sex reaffirmation surgery, I think it was discussed quite detailed in the previous session. So I'm just only touching the functional parts of it. Now, there are many surgeries done in the process, as mentioned by Dr. Rajita, which includes facial reconstruction surgeries. Though all of them are considered as a part of sex reaffirmation therapy, the genital reconstruction and surgeries related to genital restructuring is considered as the most important mainstay treatment of sex reaffirmation surgery. In the case of male to female transition, penectomy, gonadectomy, which is orchidectomy basically, and reconstruction of pseudovagina is the mainstay of treatment. While in the case of female to male transition, hysterectomy, oophorectomy is just a removal of the existing organs, and phalloplasty, again discussed in detail in the previous session, and metoidoplasty is done. Now, from functional point of view, one important thing is in phalloplasty, though we have a reconstructed tubular organ which which in a way is like mimicking penile structure, male external genitalia. Simulating its function becomes the most difficult part. So here they say that 10 to 20% of kind of a pseudo erection is felt by the subjects, but they do not experience the normal thing as that of a male sexual organ. So to mimic that, they add this penile processes, which is inserted, which gets erected on a bladder inflation, which is used for phalloplasty to be successful. While in case of mitidoplasty, it is virilization of the clitoris. So they say the organ is small, but the erectile function is more real when compared to a phalloplasty. And this is a prosthetic that is commonly used in the case of a phalloplasty. Um, and the next important point is talking about fertility preservation. Especially now, again, the people who seek this gender affirmation therapy, you can classify them broadly into two age groups. One is people who have had a sexual life, who are matured enough, who were in a relationship, who had children, and then finally they had this, they made this big decision of their life to transit. They may have living offsprings, they decided to transit, classically as the film example from Super Deluxe. While there are increasing number of individuals in the prepubertal and adolescent age group who have awareness, who have gender dysphoria, and who are seeking therapy these days, with the age group of 18 to 25, who have not had a relationship, who are not in a sexual life. And considering the future of these individuals during their counseling sessions, they need to be given an option of fertility preservation. Now, in fertility preservation, if, for example, they are transiting from a male to female, the options that are available with them, just in case they wanted to have their own offspring, which they are not able to achieve in a transwoman status, they can always do a sperm cryopreservation, surgical sperm retrieval, testicular tissue cryopreservation, and spermatogonium cell cryopreservation. Now, even on a global scale, the fertility preservation has not been documented well. And in one of the study, when a questionnaire was circulated about why the fertility preservation has not been done well, they have reported that the cost is very high, and mainly there is a lot of invasive techniques involved. And most importantly, these are young individuals, and they say that we are not worried about having children. That attitude, the current generation attitude, was also reported as one of the reasons, which the people have marked as lack of maturity. Then and for assigned female attracted to women, having their partner carry a child with their ex, that has become an issue. And most people think when surrogacy is there, why I have to do all this. So all these have been reported in many studies. In the case of fertility preservation in female individuals who are willing to transit to male, there is option of embryo cryopreservation, oocyte cryopreservation, ovarian tissue cryopreservation, and in vitro maturation. And now, what are the challenges associated with all this? Now, for me, as a speaker in this session, even for me to gather all these materials, see the overwhelmingness that I had when I was going through all this content in itself was, I mean, it's all new. It's a kind of sounds unheard of. And now imagine someone like from a South Indian city like Chennai, Trichy, Salem. He wants a diagnosis of gender dysphoria done. What is the right channel? And if he meets a psychiatrist and he is having his diagnosis, what are the legalities associated with it? What are the documents that needs to be produced? Because you're going to change your identity from Mr. to Miss, or Miss to Mr. on all your legal papers. And so basically, there's a lot of ambiguity surrounding around. And secondly, the treatment cost is very high because these treatments are not available in places like government hospitals or general hospitals, or most tertiary care doesn't really have a structured plan program that can make it available. And most importantly, what is the awareness among the general common public about this thing? So if they are going to feel little low self-esteem about themselves, they get constantly mocked or there is some problem. If they are not aware that there is an option available of seeking for an advice is even there, then how would they be going for a treatment? So non-availability of treatment facility in most centers is a very important cause. The stigma associated of telling this to someone, telling that I'm transiting from this to this, and as I told earlier, transition is not an easy process. Now, if it's going to be a 6-year process, and they are looking a little malaligned at the end of 3 years, and they have this big problem of how I am going to walk in the society with the looks that I have right now. Now, they need a very big support from their relatives, partners, from the mental health care people. So these all becomes a very important problem. Affordability of the treatment, it's a hormonal treatment and a high-end surgical treatment, so it's very costly. And most important point is the complaints of the treatment. Any abnormal thing can flare up anytime with a list of complications being unending. And the worst is the complication leading to a point where the treatment has to be discontinued. In that case, I'm neither here nor there, what this person will do. So these are the real challenges from the consumer point of view. While from the healthcare provider's point of view, there is clear-cut lack of guidelines. And I have found some Indian articles. Most of them re-quote WPATH guidelines or SOC, Standard of Care version 7. Now 8 is on the way. So the proper Indian version guidelines with taking into consideration the Indian legal things have to be come into the picture. It's not just a multidisciplinary approach in terms of medical stuff like a psychiatrist, endocrinologist, medical counselor, or a surgeon, urologist. It's not just that alone. You need lawmakers on the board. You need other stakeholders to come on the board. So it is truly a multicentric approach that needs to be there to have a framed legal document that can guide us to what is the future regarding this issue. And there are interesting studies on what is the stigma and bias that a healthcare provider carries in his or her mind while approaching these cases. Because we are all people, and I'm very sure among even the 100 of us or so who are listening to this session, we all have our own opinion on this issue. We think it is right, it is wrong, but the problem is we may have whatever opinion we want to have. It's a freedom of right, expression, whatever. But when it comes to providing healthcare to an individual who's seeking this problem, I think this stigma and bias has to be kept out of the mind. Now, but this does exist. It's not only these studies don't come from Indian area, even from Western population, it is found that individuals, healthcare providers are found to have a stigmatic and biased approach towards dealing this particular problem. And cost of treatment, not only from the patient's point of view, even from the doctor's point of view or healthcare provider's point of view, if the affordability is going to be very high, you are not going to give, you cannot make a consistent treatment or something like that because all these hormonal preparations are pretty costly and making it available for the patient in itself is a big thing. And poor compliance, again from the healthcare provider's point of view, because the coping issues with the patient is going to be really difficult, and motivating them to continue the therapy and finish it is a very challenging task. Just as I end to the come to the last part of the slide, if at all we have achieved this process of transiting a reproductive physiology from one gender to the other, 100% is technically not possible, but a simulatory model has been produced. We have just started the show because sexual wellness is defined as physical, emotional, mental, social well-being related to sexuality is sexual wellness. That is, you have just made this person feel physically better now. Probably you have alleviated the symptoms of gender dysphoria. And quite interestingly, it is said that when you start the treatment of cross-hormonal therapy, usually the body dysphoria worsens. They have a dip. They feel so bad about themselves. And then later, as the treatment progresses, as they see the outcome of the therapy, they start feeling better. Now, if you have achieved a complete transformation, the physical component we have achieved to a major extent, and because of that, the mental component is also becoming well. But what about the emotional and social well-being component? It is purely dependent on how the society accepts them, how their partner accepts them, and purely sticking to reproductive physiology point of view. Now, if they are going to involve in sexual activity, how what is going to be the gratifying experience that they are going to derive out of it? Mind you, they have altered organs now. It is you have made their gonads dysfunctional. You are supplementing hormones from outside, and you have reconstructed a simulatory organ. Will they be able to get the satisfaction in the activity that they involve? Now, all this becomes a very big question. So, reproductive physiology is not just transiting them from this end to that end, but maintaining the sexual wellness in these individuals is a very big challenge in itself. So, um, so this particular lecture opened me up to WPATH, standards of care, and access to a lot of stuff. I hope the session was as enlightening as it was for me during my preparation to you as well. Thanks for the opportunity again, and these are my references.
Thank you for the enlightening talk. Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Madhavan. We have a few comments as well as queries. One of the comment I'll just read out from Dr. Niyati Panda. As per the previous presentations, it should be gender affirming surgery.
Yeah, I come across these two terms. Some of them call it gender affirming surgery. Some of them call it sex reaffirming surgery. So, depending on the literature that we refer, these terms have been used almost synonymously. Yeah, I saw both of these being used, and I resorted to SRS because most of the literature that I was using for my preparation resort to the usage of SRS. Yeah.
Okay. From Dr. Ranjana Kumari, in-depth talks on different topics. Dr. Madhavan, very sensitive talk. Thank you, Dr. Ranjana. A query from Dr. Usha Nandini in Marimuthu. Reproductive and fertility issues aside, what about the sexual functioning of these individuals after a transformation surgery?
I think my last slide I was just talking about it, the WHO definition of sexual wellness and all that. I think the most challenging one is female to male transition from especially this particular thing point of view, because again we were talking about phallotomy and reconstruction and metodotomy. So what happens is you can create a tubular structure, but how can you simulate an erection? And that is where we start having this simulatory equipments put inside. Penile processes is being put inside, and people have to it's like they have to get accommodated to this new thing of what they have moved into, and they have to get used to that, and it's a process by itself. And there's a very interesting article which I have quoted in one of my references. It's a review article called Supporting Sexuality and Improving Sexual Function in Transgender Person. Here they talk in detail about this topic, and I primarily touched it upon because of its sensitivity. Maybe you can have a read at this article, Dr. Usha. I'll just post the reference in that.
Yeah, sure. We have a query from Dr. Vanati Vimal.
Yeah.
Dr. Vanati, you can ask the query. Okay, maybe that might be a mistake. So, yes. Then another comment, amazing talk by Dr. Madhavan, especially like the practical approach presentation. So, any other queries? If not, we can wind up.
I'm actually, if I may take 30 seconds, I'm thankful to the organizers because I had a lot of practical issue in coming up for this thing, because I had one of my family member hospitalized. I'm in a makeshift arrangement, taking the session in a hotel room. So basically, thanks for putting up with me, and thanks for this opportunity, big time. So, thank you.
From the organizing committee, we are sorry for your trouble, but then we appreciate all your efforts towards this conference. Thank you, Dr. Madhavan.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Dr. Madhavan, for educating us thoroughly on this topic. Destiny may ride with us today, but there is no reason for it interfere with lunch.
So let's have a small break for lunch. Post lunch, we have three more sessions. Dr. K. Banu talking on transgender brain, Dr. S. Sivasailam on topic beyond binary, research in transgender medicine by Dr. Aparna Menon. The e-seminar has been emailed to delegates, so kindly please check it. The conference will start again by 1:30 p.m. Thank you, everyone.
Hello. Can we just see whether the slides are loading? Yes, ma'am. 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay. I'm there. You call me. Right.
Good afternoon, Bhanu ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ma'am, should I share your slide, ma'am?
Yeah, I'll let me see whether it's possible from my end.
Okay, ma'am.
So I go to this slide share, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Your entire screen, a window, a tab. Tab, I'll put.
Ma'am, entire screen if you want to do the slide share
No,
view.
but I've opened my PowerPoint in something. How do I share it here?
Ma'am, if you do one window only, then it will be just, it will not be in the slide share view.
No, how do I go to the slide share view?
So you have to present your entire screen and
Okay.
then go to your presentation.
Okay.
That's it, ma'am. If you
Where
come
is
back,
my presentation? I'm putting my entire screen. Where is my presentation? It's here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I'll put share.
Yes, sir.
Are you seeing?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait. Not able to see? You're able to see?
It will take buffering, ma'am. 1 second, ma'am.
Yeah.
Not visible, ma'am, till now.
Okay. You can share. I'll stop sharing. Okay?
Okay.
I'll stop sharing. I'll just change my background. How do I do that?
Ma'am, if it's not possible, then you can just blur the background also, ma'am.
Okay, you share the screen. Let me see how to change the background.
Yes, ma'am. That three dots that you have to change.
I've gone into it. Let me see. Okay. You're seeing a different background?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I think that's okay. So can you just share it and let me see whether it's opening in yours? Yeah. Okay. Just run through. Okay, fine. So this will be the screen.
This is the first slide, ma'am.
Yeah, that's the first slide. I want with that.
Yes, ma'am.
I want that slide as the first one.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, fine. Okay. Now I think you can stop sharing.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, right. It's going through. Go to the first slide only. So you tell me when to start.
Yes, ma'am. We'll start in 5 minutes, ma'am. We'll give you an introduction and you can start.
Yeah. Hi, Divya.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You got a very bright idea, no? This first time I'm attending something on a transgender topic itself.
Yes, ma'am.
And
Actually,
you made me interested in it now.
Yeah, ma'am. We are also, ma'am. We learned a lot during the preparation stages and everything, and it's really interesting. Lot to learn, lot to follow.
Yeah, and even though you don't have the last answer, And there are so many things in the brain which I never realized was happening in the transgender.
Yes, ma'am.
I never thought neurologists had a role, but now I made a difference.
Yes, ma'am. When we search, no, there are a lot of things we were really unaware of all these things.
Correct.
So we'll start with the session and a small
Yeah,
introduction.
I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. So good afternoon, participants. So we are back after. Hope you all had your lunch. So we'll start with the post-lunch session. Introduction. Over to anchoring team.
Thank you, Dr. Divya. Time is an illusion, and lunchtime doubly so. We hope everyone had a nutritious and delicious lunch, and welcome back to the conference. We have our first speaker post-lunch, Dr. K. Banu, who has a DM in Neurology, DNB, FMMC, FRCP from London. Presently, the Director of Neurology and Neurosurgery at Mehta's Hospital, Chennai. She was the first person to do DM after DNB from Madras University, and also the first Professor of Neurology at KMC, and the first Director of Neurology at Institute of Neurology at Madras Medical College and Rajiv Gandhi Government General Hospital. Dr. Banu has also conferred 4 fellowships. She has over 3 decades of teaching experience as a PhD guide and examiner at various universities. Francis Crick once said that there is no scientific study more vital to man than the study of their own brain, because one's view of the universe depends on it. And so now we have Dr. Banu talking to on the topic transgender brain. The stage is yours, Dr. Banu. Please.
Thank you. Can I have the screen share?
Yes, ma'am.
I told one of you to share my screen. Yeah, my presentation. Okay, start. Who's doing it?
Yes, we are doing it.
Okay, fine. Thank you, Dr. Divya, Department of Physiology, the Nanlakshmi Srinivasan Medical College, the administrative as well as the academic staff. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you.
I was just telling Divya, she's chosen a very, very interesting and important topic, which nobody cares about, or rather not cares about, nobody discusses about. So also a part of it is because of the taboo associated with it. So now that I have heard some of these sessions in the morning, and I hope that I can avoid some repetition of it, but please pardon me if there's 1 or 2 slides which seem repetitive. Can I have my slides, please? No, someone showed me my slides earlier. It's not coming up now. She projected my slides. I don't know who it was. It starts off with your this thing only. Conference title.
Yes, ma'am. 1 second. 1 second.
Let me just ask the participants a question. I think everybody is muted. So how many of you have thought of these transgender issues otherwise before this conference? Not me. I don't know how many of you. I don't know whether I can listen to you. Want me to share through my presentation?
We'll do it. 1 second, ma'am.
I think you've come to that brain in transgenders. That's the topic. I just now saw it. Afternoon time is a good time for sleep. Siesta time. And I think our attendance shows that the full stomach cannot swallow neurology, not just an empty stomach, even the full stomach. Yes, okay. It's a great pleasure to be part of this national conference on transgender physiology. which has been organized by the Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan Medical College and Hospital under the aegis of Association of Physiologists of Tamil Nadu. Thank you for this opportunity and thank you for the introduction. Can we just move on to the next slide? Yeah, you know these symbols. So one is a mixture, another one is half man, half woman, which has been there even in our ancient literature. Next slide, please. Next. Okay. So I'll be talking a little bit on sexuality and gender and how we determine our gender and sexuality. And then we will look through parts of the brain which give us some characteristics of a male person or a female person, which takes place in the normal individuals. And what are the different connections which help us to have different functions, and also how the hormones influence this, and what are the importance of this functional differences. Then we can go on to, only then we can understand the brain changes in the transgender individuals. And still the question is not answered whether the brain changes are the effect or the causes, because whatever you take, there's a controversy to it. Okay, move on to the next slide, please. So it's already been mentioned, and we have to differentiate between sexuality and gender. Gender is about who you are, and sexuality is about who you are attracted to. And gender is not just in our genitalia. We may be born with a male or a female genital organs, but there's something in the brain which makes us think that we are male or female. Next slide, please. And is this a voluntary choice for us, or is it something that we are born with? Gender identity, gender incongruence are all terms which we have been listening to in the morning. What happens is when there is an alteration in the normative or the sex typical psychosocial development, and in a transgender person, this sex differentiation of the brain is opposite to that of the genitals. Genitals may go in one direction, the brain development may go in an opposite direction. And this gender incongruence can start off before puberty, when you call it as an early onset, or later, when it is late onset. And now you find this new data which suggests that the general incongruence in the transgender individual originates in the neurodevelopmental stage itself of the body image, which the regions which code the body image, and that contributes to the gender identity. So these particular regions of the brain are very important for us to identify ourselves as man, woman, and also to identify another person as man, woman. Next slide, please. And where did this gender identity start? It started during the early phase with the prehistoric man to the historic, and then there's been an evolutionary change, which is mainly because of the functional needs of that person. And different individuals were given, different individuals in different sexes were given different roles. So all the roles can be carried out efficiently. Man used to be the hunter, and he is the one who will supply the demands of the family. The woman will be the one who looks after the house and the space around it. If the two do the same, then there will be a clash. So it becomes competitive, not complementary. The roles had been complementary, and it still continues to be complementary. Though we talk on different equalities and stuff, you find in the brain there are some roles which are good for which the women can handle better than the men. Some roles which the man can handle better. So we are both complementary persons, and there's no need to say superiority or inferiority in this. And these brain areas which has been sharpened to develop superior navigation skills were better suited for the man because he was the hunter and the provider, while the female had to look after the house and the region around the house to keep it safe from predators. And so those regions in the women developed better. Next slide, please. And apart from this, you find the sex hormones also played an important role in the differentiation of the brain, and that started in the embryogenesis itself. The presence of androgens made certain parts of the brain more male-like, and the absence of androgens made certain parts of the brain female-like. Not the presence of estrogen, but the absence of androgen. And these continued towards adulthood also, when the circulating sex steroids did play a crucial role in determining our physiology as well as behavior. Next slide, please. And you know that from culture and socialization, there are different roles. We tell a girl, oh, look, this is not for you. That is for the boys. Don't go out and play on the road. No, don't play with the cricket bat. I think now all those are changing. Whether it is going to help us or not, we have to wait and see. Now the women are donning many hats, whereas men continue to don only 1 or 2 hats. That's why women are better at multitasking also. And what happens is during the development itself, there are synapses which have been forming, and more you use the brain, you have more synapses and your efficiency is better. When you don't use it, there's a lack of synapses and the efficiency comes down. So wiring of the brain is very important from childhood to adulthood to old age. Right? Contrary to the popular belief that brain does not mold, now we know that brain has a lot of plasticity and things can change. And we should use this to enable us to get better. Next slide, please. So we have seen how the different aspects, evolution, hormones, and psychosocial aspects help us in differentiation. Apart from that, there's a maturation process which is also present in the brain and which may be very subtle and might be found only in certain brain structures, not in all. And now with the advent of magnetic resonance imaging, functional magnetic resonance imaging, and the fractional isotropy and other studies, we find that we can make out these differences between the male and the female brain. Next slide, please, which will help us to differentiate how these brain structures differ. And along with this maturation and aging, you find the brain volume decreases with age in men, much more so than the women. That is why you find that dementia is little more in women than in men. I mean, little more in men than women, but in the postmenopausal period, it also equalizes. Greater decrements in the brain volumes, which occur predominantly in the frontal lobe, which is more the executive function, than in the temporal lobe, and these are much more in the men than in the women. Frontal executive function is affected, so they become less adept at doing things, whereas women are doing things much better even when they are old. And women are less vulnerable to age-related changes than men. I'm not talking this from a feministic point of view, but this is what the brain tells us. So who are the women here? You have an upper hand in this. Next slide, please. And are these structural and functional differences associated with changes in behavior? Okay, then here there's some controversy. These sexual differences at the neuronal levels has been observed in behavior, cognitive function, and risk of developing certain psychiatric and neurological disorders. But exactly to what level is still unclear. Because when it comes to disorders of the nervous system, women are at greater risk of developing certain neurological disorders like the catamenial epilepsy. These are the seizures which occur during periods. Then the menstrual migraine related to the hormonal changes, the multiple sclerosis, which has a much higher incidence in women than in men and produces much more disability. So there are some changes, some hormone receptors which are different. Let us see how they mold us. Next slide, please. So yes, you can see how it is, the bright brain, which is like a flower pot, and here you have lots of Google Maps inside the brain. Next slide, please. So is it sexually dimorphic? Yes, it is present, but in certain structures. As already mentioned, this explains the differences in the behavior and the abilities across different intellectual domains. The hypothalamus, hippocampus, amygdala, and the orbitofrontal regions show a sexual dimorphism. That is why there's a lot of changes when behavioral changes in emotion as well as in other visuospatial skills. Next slide, please. Functional MRI uses the oxygen levels in the brain to help us identify the structures. When there is a neural activity in certain regions, there is an increase in blood flow to the local vasculature, which in turn causes a decrease in oxygen concentration to these sites, and this variation can be mapped out. And so we can see which tasks affects which brain portion. Next slide, please. These are important in knowing the difference between the male and female. That's why I'm going into that, because these translate into functions also. We know the predominant functions of the 4 lobes. The frontal lobe is more associated with motor movement. Of course, we know frontal lobe infarcts can produce hemiparesis, weakness, etc. They're also associated with thinking, planning, and behavior, executing a movement. The temporal lobe is more for listening, understanding, feeling, and emoting, apart from sex-related behavior. the parietal lobe is very useful in the perception of the surroundings, perception of emotions, facial expression, identification of the numbers, and the location and dressing. It's a parietal lobe, the normal parietal lobe, which makes a man, a gentleman, and woman a lady. So this is where our dressing center is. So that is why it's very important, because abnormalities here can produce abnormalities of our body image, which can in turn lead to these gender incongruence. We'll come to it later. Occipital lobe helps us in identifying faces, recognizing colors, color matching, etc. So having said this, these brain functions, different regions are affected by in the male and the female brain differently, and these later translate into the transgender brains. Next slide, please. So brain has structural and functional differences, and all these differences may or may not be observed in the behavior. And there's some are linked, some are not linked, and these are very small, in only small regions, and they can sometimes overlap between the male and the female behavior. And what is important is these sex differences may serve to prevent rather than produce differences at behavioral or skill levels, to prevent certain types of behaviors rather than to enhance certain behaviors. Next slide, please. See, the size of the brain is definitely different when you take a man, compare it with a woman. Men are usually bigger built than the women. Corresponding to that, the brain size is 10 to 15% larger in the men, and it also weighs 1/4 pound more than the women. And this coincides with their well-builtness. But these are not related to the intelligence. That doesn't mean bigger brain is equal to better intelligence. Certainly not. Next slide, please. The female brain. The female is built smaller, so the brain is 8 to 10% smaller compared to the male brain. And they have a much more cortical gray matter volume relative to the white matter mass. Interestingly, if you go through these articles, you find the intelligence per unit volume of the brain. That is, if you take a per unit volume, say 100 grams or 200 grams, the intelligence is proportionally greater in the females, which might suggest the females use their relatively smaller brains more effectively. They are much more energy efficient. Mind it, even if it's smaller, you can be much more energy efficient. Next slide, please. These are the specific regions of the brain which are larger in the females. We'll see their function in the next slide. Please move on to the next slide. Amygdala is larger. This is the region where it processes fear and threatening stimuli. Hippocampus is for learning and memory. Hypothalamus is pleasure, rage, and of course a hormone production. Orbitofrontal cortex is the odor identification and also involved in some sex-related behaviors, especially in the lower animals. Prefrontal lobe is the one where it helps us for judgment and the planning and mental flexibility. This is what is affected in the older age, where you become a little more inflexible. Temporal lobe is for memory, language, and hearing. Sometimes it is important to have good memory, and much more important than that is to have bad memory for experiences. Parietal lobe helps us for recognition of the space around us. It gives us a sense of protection. This is my space, this is my house. And occipital lobe helps us to identify people. Tells us whether we are in a safe environment or not. Next slide, please. So I think many of you are familiar with this book. Men are from Mars and women are from Venus. So we have gone through this, we know. And there's a sequel to this book. Men are from Mars, women are from Venus, and children are from planet Earth. So I'm not going to go into this, but this is a good read by John Gray. Many of you may be interested to read this book once you have listened to this conference. Next slide, please. These functional differences in the two sexes can be in regions which encode memories, emotions, face, solve problems, and make decisions. That is why you find decision-making skills are different in the two sexes and different with age. The older people can make hasty decisions and lose a lot of money, especially when their calculation problem is defective. Next slide, please. And these sex differences present not only in just humans, but also in the lower animal kingdom, where in this picture you can see on the left side is a female ferret, which is examining a doll, and that is only looking at the anogenital region. Whereas the male one is handling a car, which is similar to that of the children whom we see at home. So these differences are present even in the animal brain, not only the human brain. Next slide, please. And these are much more in the human brain, where we can study with the functional images, where the left hemisphere is much more dominant for the verbal tasks and right hemisphere for the spatial. And glucose metabolism is higher in the temporal limbic regions and the cerebellum in the men, and also in the cingulate regions where there's less of glucose metabolism in men. Next slide, please. So the linguistic task or the language task. Many times we are told the girls start talking, the girl child starts talking earlier and never stops talking. Of course, the amount of words used by a woman in a day is much more, about 4 times more than that of the men. Why do we do it? Is it because they are not listening, we have to tell it 4 times? Or is it that we are inherently more talkative? You will have to judge it for yourselves, depending on your experience. And there is a definite difference in the volumes of the temporal and the parietal regions, which are in and around the sylvian fissure, which is the main regions for our language processing, the auditory, the verbal, as well as the output. And this corpus callosum is an important structure which connects the right to the left brain. And these networks are very important for language lateralization. So in female, you find there's less of lateralization because both the hemispheres can take over certain functions from the other hemisphere. Next slide, please. Much more than the men. Coming to the visuospatial abilities, you find males are better at tasks which require visuospatial abilities, especially driving, reverse parking, which women are not very good at, probably with training. See, having said all this, you have to understand the brain is very plastic and we can improve ourselves by training. This is only to a certain extent, and this is from the studies. Okay, this does not apply to each and every one of us. So we have to identify, integrate, and analyze our space and form to identify. And now you know that few years ago, 2 of them got the prize for identifying the GPS of the brain, the space cells and the place cells. And that is very important when you want to integrate the surroundings into your brain. Male brains have larger parietal cortices with much more visuospatial function, better at driving skills, but they do not ask for directions. That's a little bit of a problem, so they may take you around a little bit longer for you to reach your destination. Next slide, please. I don't think I have to go into the emotional differences. All of you who have a father, brother, husband, son will know that the two are different from your wife, mother, daughter, sister. And males find it very difficult to express their emotions, and they deal much more with the right hemisphere than with the left. Females are much more faster in identifying the emotions. They can identify small changes in the facial structure. A little bit of a movement of the lip or eyebrow can give lots of meaning to the two sexes. They may interpret it very differently and use this to reply very differently also, or to emote differently. Next slide, please. Okay, these differences has been studied in young college students, young male and female volunteers. They are given multiple photographs of positive and negative emotional charges when they're told to identify, and they've underwent a functional imaging. And you find that in the female participants, the positive and the negative stimuli evoked much more activation in the brain regions. And this negative emotion activation was much more in the female than in the male, in the amygdala. Whereas the positive emotions exhibited greater activation in the amygdala in the male than in the female. All these sex differences again will be translated into transgender brain also. Next slide, please. So that's why now I think you will be able to understand why men and women think differently, why they behave differently, especially under stress, why each one is at excel in certain tasks, and why boys play with certain toys and girls with the different ones, and why there are some sex differences, why there are some disease differences in the brain. So the male and the female brain are complementary, and we need each other to live a harmonious life. Next slide, please. So let us see how the wiring in the men, women are different, and how when this wiring is different, it goes into a transgender brain. Next slide, please. When you think of a man, what is it you think of? Yes? Do you think of this relaxation in a man? Sitting in front of TV with a remote, surfing the channel. Next. And when you think of a woman, it is this, doing multiple things even when you're relaxing. So definitely there's a difference in the wiring. If you have to sit in front of a TV and not do anything for the woman, she has to feel not guilty. And that's a difficult task. And now the gender roles are changing. So probably this will all take place shortly. Next slide, please. So there is sex differentiation in the gray and white matter also. The gray matter having more somatodendritic tissue where the nuclei are. That's why it's more gray. White matter has more of the axon and the myelin. So that is why it is more white. Next. And there are differences which are present both in volume as well as the structure. And the volumes are much more affected in the amygdala, hippocampus, and anterior parahippocampal gyri, which are associated with our memory as well as emotion. And females have greater volume in the frontal pole, inferior middle frontal gyrus, that will be more in the speech, and anterior cingulate gyrus emotions, and occipital cortex is a face identification. And there is also difference in the density between the two, not only just the size, but there is also difference in the density. Next slide, please. And you can see the different regions which are activated. The red are the ones which are active. For the same stimuli, different regions are activated in the men in the gray matter compared to the women. And when the white matter also, it is different in the two sexes. These are for normal situations. Next slide, please. When it comes to the amygdala, this is the one which processes our flight or fright response. Whether it's safe for us to stay, safe for us to sit here and listen, or we have to flee. There's a predator and we have to flee. The volume and the activation may or may not be different between the two sexes. There have been a lot of studies. I'm not going to everything. I'm taking only a few of the studies which we'll see. They have differences in the processing of emotions, where males tend to have stronger reactions through a threatening stimuli, and they may react more aggressively and violently. And this difference in the behavior is anatomical and physiological difference in the amygdala, and also in the other regions which are connected to it. Next slide, please. And you can see in this that the different regions are there. You can see the thalamus, the hypothalamus, amygdala, as well as the hippocampus, how they are all interconnected and how they can affect our functioning. Next slide, please. And this is a very important study where they study the structure of the amygdala with sex differences. And on the left side and the right side, the red is the women and blue is the men. You can see there are differences in the volume on the amygdala. Men parameters are much more on the right side than on the left side. But they found that in effect, it does not translate into great difference when they compute it for the volume of the brain. Next slide, please. Learning and memory is associated with the hippocampus. Difference in the memory skills are also very important, because that helps us to, if we have the memory, then we have a reaction to that memory. And a future which triggers that memory will produce a reaction which is very similar to the past one, or we may want to change our reaction. When they did a meta-analysis on the volume differences, they found that there is a higher volume of the hippocampus in the males without correcting for total brain size. But after correcting, they did not find any difference in the volume, but there's a difference in the neuron density. Next slide, please. And are these important for particular sex skills? Yes, they may be. We'll go on to the next slide. Apart from these structural differences, you find that hormones also can affect the brain functions and the structure in the two genders. And that will be the gonadal hormones, as we all know. Then the estrogens and its effect on the female brain. Progestrogens can affect both the male and the female brain, and testosterone, mainly the male brain. This starts off during embryogenesis itself. Next slide, please. Estrogen receptors have been found in high numbers in the hypothalamus, pituitary, hippocampus, frontal cortex, indicating they play a very important role in the brain development. Probably that is why certain diseases are much more in the women, like mentioned earlier, epilepsy, migraine, as well as multiple sclerosis, because of the presence of estrogen receptors. Gonadal hormone receptors have been found in the basal forebrain nuclei also, and you find there's a difference even in the womb itself. Next slide, please. Estrogens influence the brain right from the womb to the tomb. You find the estrogen also has an effect on the post-menopausal brain. They influence the cognitive function by enhancing learning and memory in a dose-sensitive manner. Too much of estrogen is there, then your concentration is affected. You get too many inputs into your brain, and then you may not store your inputs well. So memory tasks can become very difficult to perform, and you may not perform very well in memory tasks. And the pain is also much more perceived by the female brain than by the male. That is also because of some endorphins, which are also present in the much more in the female brain. You find that these can lead to mood swings, behavior disturbance, hot flashes, especially in the postmenopausal women. Maybe these are the ones which affect anxiety and depression and psychiatric issues, which are much more in women. I think somebody else, you have a speaker after me, so I'm not going into those issues. Next slide, please. Coming to the progesterone. This affects both the male as well as the female brain, and it's much more significant in the females than in the males. It's been linked to, in the men, it has been linked to suicidal ideation, especially during adolescence. Next slide, please. And testosterone. It's an androgenic hormone. It's a masculizing hormone. We all know that. It's synthesized both the sexes, the male in the testes and the female in the ovaries. This exerts organizational effects in the developing brain. See, as early as the developing brain, that is mediated through the estrogen receptors. Following its conversion to estrogen by the enzyme aromatase within the brain. So testosterone also plays a part in the brain differentiation between the two genders. Next slide, please. Between the two sexes. Gender, as already mentioned, it's not just in the genitals. There's something in the brain. It's between the ears rather than between the legs. The brain and the body can go in two different directions, and that is when we lead into problems. Gender is who we identify ourselves with. Sexuality is who we are attracted to. I may be born a female, but I may think that I would be a male. I would like to act and dress myself as a male. So that is different from me being a female and being dressing and acting as a female. All we know, that's what we have been hearing from morning. So all these differences are there which contribute to our identity, gender identity. And it's not just male or female. There are many other gender identities which you have already seen. Gender queer, gender fluid, non-binary, etc. Not going to that. Next slide, please. Maybe I may have to skip one or two slides. And it's already mentioned, gender identity is very different from sexual orientation. Gender identity is whom I think I am, whether I'm a man or a woman. Sexual orientation is to what sex I am attracted to, whether it's a same sex or opposite sex or something else. Next slide, please. Gender expression and presentation, this also I'll skip because it's already been dealt with. Next slide, please. Okay, so we know this movie, Avai Shanmugi, where Kamal Haasan is a man who dresses up as a woman to achieve a goal, to be with his child and wife. So that is not a transgender, it's a cross-dresser. Compared to the other one on the left, where is a man who behaves as a woman throughout and wants to be a woman and is in a different attire. That's a transgender, to put it very simply, the Kanchanas 1, 2, 3, etc. Going to the next slide, please. Transgender or trans, the terms have been very well discussed by Dr. Divya in the morning. Just to highlight, this expression differs from what is culturally typically associated with the gender, sex, which they are assigned at birth. The term is not indicative of sexual orientation, hormonal makeup, genetic makeup, physical anatomy, or how one is perceived in daily life. Somebody else may perceive me as a female, but I may perceive myself as a male. So there's a difference in my brain when these two things occur. Next slide, please. The third gender, I think is very important. Coming to the third gender and how our brain changes in this. This third gender has been very well documented in the Hindu philosophy. The third gender or the third sex. Tritiya Prakriti, literally meaning the third nature. They have mentioned the third sex by nature birth, and their expectations from them are very different from the cisgender men and women. This I'm telling many thousands of years ago. And in this they have included people who are mixed males, female nature such as effeminate males, masculinized females, transgender people, transsexual people, intersex, androgynes, and so on. This has been documented much more earlier in our literature. Next slide, please. Whereas now the Western world is being aware of it now. When you go through the Mahabharata, you find that Arjuna had to take a vow and had to transform himself into Brinhala as a member of the third gender and teach Bharatanatyam to a princess. And you find Shikandi, who was born as a woman, grew up as a man and was in the forefront of the Mahabharata war to kill Bhishmacharya. Next slide, please. So coming from the past to the present, it's very heartening to note that the government of Tamil Nadu in 2008 itself recognized the third gender and included column for T apart from the M and F in our ration card provision. And subsequently, the Supreme Court of India has recognized it as a third gender in April 2014. Next slide, please. So cisgender have already been mentioned, are identified more or less with the gender assigned to them at birth. Transgender man or the trans man is a person whose sex by birth was female, but who identifies as a male. Transgender woman is a person who was assigned by birth as male, but whose gender identity is that of a female. So we can tell this MTF means male to female. FTM is female to male. That's a trans man and a trans woman. Next slide, please. And of course, you have an intersex where they're born with reproductive anatomy that doesn't typically fit these definitions. And gender fluidity, one time they would like to be a man, one time a woman, and they can be in different forms. Gender queer, where they do not want to identify themselves as a man or a woman. Next slide, please. And it's very important we know what is transition when we are talking about transgender. Transitioning is the change from one's birth gender to one's actual gender. Whatever gender I've been born with, I want to be different. And that change is called transition. That may be in the form of changing clothes, hairstyle, and wearing breast implants if you want to become a male, or doing a mastectomy if you want to become a female. And that can include other medical treatments such as laser hair removal, hormone replacement therapy, and various surgeries. They are no longer known as sex change surgery. You don't no longer use the term. It's a sex assignment surgery or a gender affirming surgery. And there is no right way or the wrong way to transition. You need not undergo this medical or surgical transition. You can just transition yourself by yourself. Next slide, please. And recently there was an article in Times of India where in the Madurai government hospital, they have done a sex change surgery on a trans couple. And it is very heartening to know that all these are coming to the forefront now. And from our ancient times to the present, we are no way lagging behind anybody else in the world. Next slide, please. So is there something which is very unique to talk about a transgender brain? We've been talking so much, and I've been talking so much about the male brain and the female brain and the differences. Is it possible to discern a genetic or anatomical basis for this gender identity? And is this the cause or the effect? It's $1 million question. Next slide, please. When you come to the male and the female brain, we know it is structurally and functionally different. When we look at the transgender brain, we see that the brain will resemble the gender the person identifies with. It's a female to male transition. Then you find the brain of that individual will function more like a male brain than a female brain. A person who is born with a penis but ends up identifying as a female often actually has the structure of a female brain. Next slide, please. And there's been a lot of studies using fMRI, that's a functional MRI changes in people who are transgenders, and they find that there are differences in the activity, and usually they look like the gender with whom they identify. And this can be in the form of structure as well as functional determination. And these are and sometimes it is somewhere between the two. Not necessarily everything is black and white. There are a lot of gray zones also. Next slide, please. I'll go chronologically into the gender identity. We start with 2008. There's been a study which used 112 male to female transitions, both androphilic and gynophilic, and they were already undergoing hormone treatment. And they were compared with 258 cisgender male controls. This is 112 male to female transitions. They were compared with 258 men. And what was the study suggested was there's a reduced androgen signaling, which contributes to female gender identity in these male to female transitions. So there's already a signaling defect which is contributing to the gender identity. And there was also a decrease in the testosterone levels in the brain during development itself, which might prevent complete masculinization of the brain in male to females, and thereby cause more a feminized brain and a male gender identity. Sometimes we tell, no, these people brought up the girl as a boy. That is why she's dressing up like this. They put all the girls' clothes on the boy. That is why he's dressing up like this. Not necessarily so. Maybe part of it is only psychosocial. Many of it is there actually biologically in our brain. Next slide, please. And in addition to that, we have with now the whole genome sequencing studies, we find when they sequence the genomes of 30 unrelated transgender individuals, 13 female to male and 17 male to female transgenders, they identified genetic variation in 19 candidate genes, not 1 or 2, but 19 candidate genes that may be involved in pathways of gender development in the brain. These genes which determine our brain, and these neurodevelopmental pathways have not been categorized earlier in the humans, but sometimes only some in the animals. And these genes involving the pathways constitute a reasonable avenue for investigation and further research in gender dysphoria in humans. Next slide, please. And one of the genes they've identified was CYP17, MSP-A1 polymorphism. And that gene is linked to our higher levels of testosterone, estradiol, progesterone, which has been seen in the female to male transsexuality, but not in male to female transsexuality. So it is not just in the brain, it is also there in the genetics. This study concluded loss of female specific this allele distribution is associated with female to male transsexuality. Next slide, please. So we may also have to do genetic studies in these trans individuals. And when you come to study the male to female, what I told earlier was female to male. Now, male to female transitioning, you find the genetic differences there in the androgen receptor NR3C4. These are all new names to me. I learned about all this now when Divya told me to prepare for this. And this gene is activated by binding of testosterone, plays a critical role in the formation of primary and secondary male characteristics. And 112 male to female transitioning individuals were undergoing hormone treatment were compared with 258 cisgender male controls. And they found that the male to female were more likely than cisgender males to have a longer version of the receptor gene for androgen, which reduced its effectiveness at binding testosterone. So they were more like females than males. Next slide, please. The research suggests that reduced androgen and androgen signaling contributes to female gender identity in the male to female transsexuals, like we have seen in the previous slide. The authors say that there's a decrease in the testosterone levels in the brain right from development, and that might prevent complete masculinization of the brain in the male to female transsexuals and thereby cause a more feminized brain and a female gender identity. Very, very important. Next slide, please. So we have seen how the genetics, how the development takes us from one gender to the other. Now let us see how these two correlate and whether it's a cause or the effect. Next slide, please. And these are the regions of importance which have been studied. That's mainly the regions known as the red nucleus of striae terminalis, red nucleus of striae terminalis, or BSTC as it's abbreviated. And then the number of neurons, not only the size, but also the number of neurons in that region. And then the interstitial nucleus of anterior hypothalamus, which plays a very important role, and the white matter structures apart from the gray matter structures. Next slide, please. So this, when you take it, the studies have been there from 1995. It is the Zhu et al. Who did the first kind of a study, found there's a heterogeneous and complex limbic forebrain structures that control our behavior response, and the region which is known for sex and anxiety also. And we studied the bed nucleus of this, which is affected by the prenatal androgens also. Then he did a cadaveric study from 6 persons who have been described as having a male to female in life transition, had female size normal, the bed nucleus of striae terminalis size, and similar to the study cadavers of cisgender women. This was as early as 1995, and we are in 2021. Some 25 years later. Next slide, please. And you can see from this how the differences are seen here. The size of the bed nucleus of striae terminalis, the men, in the cisgender women, and the transgender women. And you can see these two are almost the same, cisgender and the transgender women striae terminalis. Next slide, please. And the further studies have been there in 2000, where the similar results have been published. In 2002, there's another study which found there's a sexual dimorphism in this region, and that does not become established till adulthood. And changes in the fetal hormone levels can produce changes in this region in the synaptic density, neuronal activity, and neurochemical content, and that can later affect the size as well as the count of neurons, which can produce a gender inconsistent identity with one's own assigned sex. So this BSTC is very, very important in transgender individuals. Next slide, please. So coming to 2008, there's been a study involving the interstitial nucleus of the anterior hypothalamus. This is a new region which properties similar to that of BSTC, and especially in regards to transsexuality. And they found this is a part of the hypothalamus uncinate nucleus. They studied control males and found it was about 1.9 times the volume and 2.3 times the number of neurons as the control females. And regardless of the hormone exposure, whether you give sex hormones or not, the male to female transsexuals were within the range of the females, like what has already been mentioned. And female to male transsexual showed the male range, even in the anterior nucleus of the anterior interstitial nucleus of anterior hypothalamus, even without any hormone therapy. Next slide. So we have gone to 2008, and I think we can skip the same thing I've already said. Next slide, please. Coming to the 2009, white and gray matter structures. There's been a lot of study with the functional MRI, and one such study was involving 24 male to female transition, not treated with sex hormones, and they found that the regional gray matter, I'll come to the sex hormone treatment and brain changes later. They found that the gray matter concentrations were similar to those of the cisgender men than those of cisgender women. This is one where it is slightly different, because here it is more the male to female transition. Instead of it being more like a cisgender women, it was more like a cisgender men. Just remember that. Significantly larger volume of gray matter in the right putamen was compared to that of the cisgender men. This is one where the male to female transition even then maintained a cisgender men characteristics. Next slide, please. And this is the different structures and how it has been identified with the fMRI. The differences in the gray and the white matter. Bright lights are there. You can see the region of interest. Next slide, please. The functional anisotropy values. This is a very important study. Fractional anisotropy is of very great importance because it helps us in the studying the different regions and the density of those. This was compared in 2010. Compared the control females, female to male transitions, we showed a higher fractional anisotropy values in the posterior part of the right superior longitudinal fasciculus, forceps minor and corticospinal tracts. Compared to the control males, male to female transitions showed only lower SF values in the corticospinal tracts, found to be shifted in the direction of the biological males. This is towards a male. The previous one was towards their own gender. Here it's towards the opposite gender. That's a gender which they're identifying themselves. Next slide, please. I know there's a lot of information I'm giving. It may take some time for you to have it. Anyway, I'm sharing the slides. So whoever wants it can go through it. You know, this is this brain which develops from womb to the tube. And you find the hormones play a major part apart from the genetics and psychosocial aspects. And you find that the brain is different even from the womb. And these differences get magnified later on by different phases in the normals and in the abnormal, in the normals as well as the transgenders, in the male and the female, and in relation to hormone treatment and no hormone treatment. So now coming to the role of sex hormone treatment on the brain. Let us go through the next slides, few slides. Hormone treatment do influence the genders. You know, because this is a part of the transition process, the medical transition. Exogenous testosterone is used in transgender men to induce virilization and suppress the feminizing characteristics. And estrogen is used to feminize patients, and anti-androgens are used as adjuncts to help suppress the masculinizing features. Cross-hormone therapy has been shown to have positive physical and psychological effects in transgender individuals. So next slide, please. When you take the gross brain volume, you find the sex hormone treatment affects the morphology as well as the white matter microstructure of the brain. And throughout the life, these gonadal hormones play a very essential role for maintaining the sex-specific differences in the human brain that is carried on to the hormone treatment or the cross sex treatment also. Next slide, please. As mentioned earlier, testosterone decreases the gray matter volume and strengthens the white matter pathway. It's much more similar to the men. Next slide, please. I think I'm still in it. Hypothalamus also can be influenced by the hormones. And they studied 8 male to female and 6 female to male transitions. Hormone treatment showed changes in the size of hypothalamus in a gender consistent manner. And you can see that treatment with the female hormones shifted the hypothalamus towards a female direction. And so the behavior was also much more towards the feminine nature. Next slide, please. And the cortical thickness has also been studied in 2016. Where you find that the cortical thickness is generally thicker in cisgender women than in cisgender men, and maybe thicker in the transgender women, but it's present in different locations compared to the cisgender women. The cortical thickness is more in cisgender women than men, and in the transgender women, it is also more, but in different directions compared to the cisgender women. Next slide, please. This is a latest study, 2021, one of the recent publications, where they studied the importance of cortical gyrification. What is this cortical gyrification? It's a metric that reflects the early maturity of cortex, which is very important for us. And they studied the MRI using the functional MRI, 54 hormone-naive trans men and 28 trans women, 44 cis men and 41 cis women, and found that cortical gyrification is significantly lower in the transgender compared to the cisgender period. And this reduction is limited to the parieto-occipital cortex and the sensory motor cortex, which are important regions which encode our body image and body ownership. This is me, this is my hand, this is my finger, this is my nose, this is my glass. And this cortical gyrification also correlated inversely with own body self-incongruence in these regions. It's a very important study which tells us how the abnormality in this region of the occipito-parietal cortex, which makes us think our body is different, our body and structure are different from what we are made of, and wants to have a different role. And that is very, very important. And this is what this present study shows us when they have studied the trans women and trans men with the cis men and the cis women. So probably it's a brain which is helping us to identify our gender, not just with the organs which we are born with. Next slide, please. So, and in this, they went on to do a local gyrification index, which is a little more than that. And they found it was lower in the transgender group, incongruence groups. And it's also different in the right sensory motor cortex, more precisely in the area of homunculus, which corresponds to the trunk rather than to the limbs. It's very important because trunk is a structure which usually identifies us as a man or a woman, whether the presence or absence of breast and the female or male fat distribution, etc. So it is very important to study this region, the right sensory motor cortex, the local gyrification index. Next slide, please. These connections can also be affected by the wiring. So when they did this neural wiring study also, they found that the only exception was the right inferior frontal occipital tract, which connects the parietal and the frontal brain regions that mediate our own body perception, is abnormal and is also involved in sexual orientation. And the transgender group showed a very sex-typical FA values for this region connection, right inferior frontal to the occipital. Next slide. This is also one of the latest thing. So what is this connectivity profiles in transgender? There's a lot of connection between the male and the female brain. And in the men, it is more an intrahemispheric connection, whereas in the women, it's a bihemispheric or interhemispheric connection through the corpus callosum. That is why women can do multiple tasks, because our connectivity is much more there in the men. So men can concentrate and do a single task better than a woman who can do multiple tasking. And this connectivity is also abnormal in a male to female transition, where there's a decreased hemispheric connectivity ratio in the subcortical limbic regions when compared to the male and female controls. It is different in the transgenders. And when there's a transition from female to male, they showed a decreased intrahemispheric connectivity between the right subcortical and the right frontal and temporal lobes compared with male and female controls. So there's a little bit of an incongruence here. Next slide, please. So, is the brain the cause or the effect for transgenderism? The emergence of a masculine or a female identity is held to be strongly mediated by the early development. And that is because of the male-female body self-perception. And this perception is mainly because of the changes in structure in our brain. The functional MRI and the diffusion tensor imaging studies of gender disconference persons show that perception of self could be due to developmental changes in the cortical anatomy of regions which process this self-own body perception. Added on to that, you have the genetic changes, the hormones, which also influence our body gender perception. Are these changes the cause or the effect in gender incongruence or dysmorphism? Next slide, please. So I leave it to you, and I would like to summarize by telling transgenderism is associated with strong feelings of incongruence between one's own physical self and the experienced gender. The brain phenotypes of a female to male and male to female exist. And this is very similar to that of the gender in which they have transitioned. And there's evidence for the role of prenatal organization in the brain. Before you are born itself, this is determined by your brain. I don't think there is a free will in this, but I'm subject to correction. The neuroanatomical signature of this gender incongruence is related to brain areas which are processing the perception of self and the body ownership. And this is in addition to that of the developmental and the acquired changes which take place because of the hormones. Thank you. So I rest my case, the brain being the organ for the transgender differences. Thank you. I finished on time.
Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation, ma'am. I would like to say, I think the number of synapses in my brain would have increased listening to your talk. That was wonderful, ma'am. Is there any
questions,
queries?
Yeah, you can share the presentation with whoever wants it. It's all literature is available in the net. I've just consulted. There's much more to it.
Yes, ma'am. We are sharing all the PowerPoints, ma'am, to all the.
I would also like to get a copy of the other PowerPoints.
Sure, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. I'll be sending you, ma'am.
I'm very glad you're doing it because this is what is physiology. This is what is the normal and how the differences in the normal can help us. This is not abnormal, but normal. This is where the physiology should go.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Any queries? We are open for discussion. Yes, there is one query. Could you enlighten us on what kind of studies can be done to answer the million-dollar question of cause or effect?
I think for me, it is more a cause than the effect. Effect is structural changes in the body more than in the brain. Of course, brain also has the endocrine receptors, but I think there's a lot of studies which has already been done and which are continuing. It's mainly the functional MRI studies with the fractional anisotropy. They're going into much more detailed workup of this. It's very labor-intensive studies because it takes a lot of time for the patient to be in an MRI machine doing all these tasks, and it's not at all easy to interpret. Because even in our self, when we perceive ourselves as a woman and a woman's body in a woman's mind, still the same region does not function in the same person always. If I'm happy, depending on the type of happiness, certain regions light up and certain regions don't light up. So when I see a child, it is different. When I see a movie, it's a very crazy movie. So intra-individual and inter-individual differences exist between the sexes. And that is also altered when you try to change your sex identity. So it is more from development till the end than the hormones and the genetic factors influencing the brain. I hope I've answered the question because that is what I felt after going through all vast literature. Actually, I was very nervous in presenting this in this conference because it's a very new area. I've never thought of transgender as a brain phenomenon. And now I realize brain plays a very important role in this gender transition.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I have a small query, ma'am. You mentioned about this cortical guidification. What is it actually? What is it?
Cortex, generally we have a gyrus and the sulcus. Yes, no, yes, the gyrus is studied in detail.
Okay.
So that gives us how much of the matter is there and what is the connectivity there.
Okay, ma'am.
I can share the articles. It is It's a huge article where
Okay.
they have studied different regions, and in that gyrus itself, they have gone into the local gyrification index. They have
Okay.
taken a small region which is lighted up, and they have gone and studied that region in detail regarding the connections.
Okay. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Something else?
Any queries?
Thank you, Hemachandrika madam. Thank you, Usha Nandini, Dr. Lakshmi, whom else? Dr. Saraswati, Dr. Karthikeyan, and of course, Divya.
Thank you. Thank you.
Right?
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. So we'll wind up this session. Over
you.
to the anchoring team. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Banu, for your very informative presentation. And we would like to take a moment and say that we loved your energy, ma'am. And once again, thank you for being here.
Thank you. Isn't there a logout? Yeah. I'm not getting any logout.
Coming up, we have Dr. Sivasailam, MBBS DNP Psychiatry, MNAMS. He has been practicing for the last 15 years as a private psychiatrist in Tuticorin. He owns a 25-bedded hospital that provides acute psychiatric care, de-addiction treatment, and other psychotherapies. Got Prof. Balan Award for Best Postgraduate Research Paper in 10 PSY CON 2005. He also got first prize in first annual conference of Indian Association of Psychiatric Mental Health. He is keenly interested in conducting lectures in personality development program and memory enhancement program. We currently have 56 widely accepted gender identifications apart from traditional binary male and female. We now have Dr. Sivasailam presenting us a talk on topic physiology behind gender incongruence, which goes beyond the binary norms. The platform is now yours, sir.
Sir, unmute yourself, sir. Just unmute the. There is a speaker button, mic button there. Just unmute. No, you're still muted. Sir, you're still not audible. Please press that center button, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, now you're audible.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes.
So, respected Chairman, Dean, and professors, a warm good afternoon to all of you. Let me thank the head of the Department of Physiology, Janalakshmi Srinivasan College, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. I first congratulate the organizing team for choosing this topic, because transgender physiology is the most neglected topic. Usually we won't discuss this, because I don't know why very few articles are there, very few discussions are going on regarding this transgender physiology. So first of all, I congratulate the whole organizing team for conducting this national seminar. So today I am going to present Beyond Binary, Physiology Behind Gender Incongruence, Breaking the Myth. So slide is not moving.
Just put slideshow, sir.
Slideshow.
It's in the bottom, sir. You can see 1, 2, 3, 4. It's near the volume button.
Okay. It's coming now? No, it's not coming.
No, sir.
It's coming now?
No, it's not still here.
Yeah.
Slide share is not here. No, sir. Do you want us to do the slide sharing?
Yeah, it's coming. It's there.
Okay, maybe you can minimize it and present, sir. Minimize.
Yeah, minimize. Yeah. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you.
So today I'm going to present this. My outline is I'm going to present this introduction, prevalence, etiology, physiological factors, prenatal sex hormones, sex dimorphic neural structures, neuronal functioning, psychosocial aspect and psychological aspect, and DSM-5 criteria, treatment, and psychiatric comorbidity. The term gender dysphoria appears as a diagnosis for the first time in DSM-5 now. So it is defined as those persons with a marked incongruence between their experienced or expressed gender and the one they were assigned at birth. It was previously called as GID, gender identity disorder, in the DSM-4 criteria. So gender identity, it is the sense one has of being male or being female, which corresponds normally to the person's anatomical sex. The affective component of gender identity disorder is dysphoria, that is discontent with one's designed birth sex and desire to have the body of the other sex and to be regarded socially as a person of the other sex. So what's the prevalence? Gender identity disorder, it is previously called as transsexualism, and the gender identity becomes fixed in most persons by the age of 2 or 3 years. The sex ratio of referred children is 4 to 5 boys for each girl. So the prevalence will be, its higher prevalence, nearly 0.5 to 1.3. A study which was done in 2017 showed this prevalence. And adults, if you take transgender, in the study was done in 2016, it shows that 390 persons were having transgenders in 1 lakh population. In US, around 0.6% were transgenders, that is 1.4 millions. The most commonly, if you see, in mental illness like schizophrenia, autism, and higher body dissatisfaction, these transgenders were more prevalent. And it was also prevalent among child abuse, child neglect, and maltreatment, and physical or sexual abuse. These are the children prone for transgenders later. So what's the etiology? It is a biopsychosocial model. It's not a single entity. And if you see the thing, the resting state of tissue in mammals is initially female. And as the fetus develops, a male is produced only by androgen, which is introduced by Y chromosomes. Maleness and masculinity depend on fetal and perinatal androgens. If you see the in utero exposure to phthalates in plastics and polychlorinated biphenyls known to disrupt the regular endocrinology of sex before birth. And masculinity, femininity, and gender identity result more from postnatal life events. That is various things like what we used to say, psychiatrists, we used to say learnings. Usually it's a learned behavior. Most often it's used to be learned behavior only. Coming to the physiological factors, the congenital adrenal hyperplasia or androgen insensitivity syndrome, usually brought up as a girl, this will be more evident during the puberty period only. So prior to that puberty, usually, even though it was designed as during the time of 2 or 3 years, usually the sex got fixed, gender got fixed, but it will be more evident during the puberty. And factors like faulty neural development and neuronal differentiation in hypothalamic links usually will produce this type of transgenders. And as we all know that testosterone can increase libido and aggressiveness in women, and estrogen can decrease the libido and aggressiveness in men. Coming to the physiological process, here is the chart which shows the development of gonads and genital organs. That is, if you see, up to 5th and 7th week, there will be undifferentiated gonad. So the Y chromosome will be induced only in 6th to 7th week, and that can induce the development of male testes. Suppose if the anti-Mullerian hormone, if it is secreted by Sertoli cells and testosterone by Leydig cells, what happened? The accessory organs will develop, and the development of male external genitalia occurs by 9 to 16 weeks in utero. Suppose if there is a Y chromosome is getting absent, what happens? There will be a ovarian dysgenesis, Turner syndrome, and mosaics. So what happens if the anti-Mullerian hormone is not generated? There will be usually the testes will develop, but at the same time, the person will be having, the fetus will be having female genital organs, uterus and vagina. And if the testosterone is not induced, what if there is an absence of hydrosterone? There will be male pseudo hermaphrodite and female phenotype only. So if the person will have a normal XX chromosome by 9 to 10 weeks, there will be normal development of ovaries and other accessory organs. And if there is a absence of anti-Mullerian hormones, there will be uterus, vagina plus female phenotype. So what's the genetics, that is biological process? Genes that are involved in either sex steroid biosynthesis or action have been investigated, because it is well known that sex steroids contribute to the development of sex differentiation of the brain. If there is a complete loss of function of the androgen receptors in XY individuals, with complete androgen insensitivity syndrome almost invariably results in female gender identity. So a study done by Buckland and Wayland in 2007 showed that sexual differentiation of all somatic tissues has been ascribed to exposure of androgens hormones in the fetus, resulting in masculine phenotypes in the presence of androgenic hormones and feminine phenotypes in the absence of those hormones. These early effects of sex hormones on the brain are denoted as the organizing effects, as opposed to effects of circulating hormones later during the life on the already organized neuronal system. By this study was done by Phoenix in 1959. It is also hypothesis that feelings of gender incontinence may arise from atypical sexual differentiation of the brain under the influence of prenatal hormones by Schwab and Garcia Flores in 2009. The time windows for prenatal development of genitals and the brain are believed to differ. Thus, exposure to atypical levels of prenatal hormones during a certain gestational period may have an effect on the brain, but not on the body. So, what's the sex dimorphic neural structure source? As we know that gray matter is one of the main components of the central nervous system and largely consists of neuronal cell bodies. A study done by Ludus et al. In 2009 shows that studies of non-homosexual, that is male to female transfers, have shown that gray matter volumes are largely in line with their natal sex, that is their assigned sex. For homosexual male to females, some differences have been observed, that like control women, it shows that homosexual male to females showed larger gray matter volume in comparison with the male's controls, and female to male in several cortical region only. So another measure of gray matter volume is by cortical thickness, that is CTH. This cortical thickness will be more in female compared to male. But a study by Subaria in 2013 shows that homosexual male to female showed higher, similar cortical thickness to that of female controls, but increased cortical thickness compared with male controls in the certain regions of right hemisphere, specifically orbitofrontal cortex, insular cortex, and medial occipital regions of the right hemisphere of brain. And another study by Ludus in 2012 shows that using these measures, non-homosexual male to females also showed higher cortical thickness compared with control male. So another thing by Savik Arvar in 2011 shows that putamen, a nucleus which is that is a part of the basal ganglia, and it is mainly associated with motor regulation, is the only subcortical structure that has shown differences, although the findings are very diverse. If you see the right putamen of non-homosexual male to female, that is male to females, was larger than that of control male and was in the female range in one study, but relatively smaller than that of male and female controls in the another study. And another study shows that in homosexual male to females, the volume of the putamen was compared to that of male and female controls. It is similar only. So coming to the white matter, and we know that white matter contains myelinated nerve fibers. And technique, that is diffusion tensor imaging, DTI, it's a technique that is used to visualize white matter microstructures. In one DTI that is done by Ramiti in 2011, found that homosexual male to females had a pattern that was significantly different from control male and control females. And the values varying between male and female controls were similar. A similar picture, but with another diffusion tensor imaging, was found in male to females in both homosexual and non-homosexual groups. The finding shows that mean diffusivity values were increased compared to control males, but structural connectivity networks were also examined in the same participants. It shows that a decreased hemispheric connectivity ratios in subcortical and limbic regions was mainly found in non-homosexual male to females compared to male and female, which seem to be related to an increased interhemispheric lobar connectivity. So it comes that with regard to the sexual differences, differentiation hypothesis, the following picture now emerges, taking sexual orientations into account. That is, homosexual male to females were dissimilar to their natal sex in gray matter volume and cortical thickness and white matter microstructures. For non-homosexual male to females, the picture is a little less clear only. Their gray matter volume were in line with their assigned sex, but they do show differences in their white matter microstructure compared to control males. However, if you find that all groups in the Trans et al. Study were mixed with regard to sexual orientation, that may affect the results. So overall, the evidences obtained from this study showed that sexual differentiation in hypothesis in homosexual male to females, but not in non-homosexual male to females. And if you see that natal women with gender dysphorias are more homogeneous with regard to sexual orientation, most are homosexual only. And female to males, like controlled men, had a higher gray matter volumes than female controls. And male to females in several areas, and similarly, the cortical thickness will be similar to controlled females. Like male controls, they had a higher volume of putamen than female controls. And white matter values, it shows that female to males were significantly greater than those of female controls, but similar to those of male controls in several fascicles. In one of the fascicles, the corticospinal tract, the female to males had a higher values in between male and female controls. And in 2014, Conference et al. Did a study. It showed that a significant decrease in mean diffusivity values in female to males compared with controlled females. And intrahemispheric connectivity between the right subcortical limbic and right frontal and temporal lobes were decreased in female to males compared with male and female controls and male to female transfers. Coming to the neural functioning, the functional connectivity is a method to evaluate interactions between the regions while performing a task. That is, task-related functional connectivity, or while not performing a particular task. That is, resting state connectivity. While viewing erotic and non-erotic interactions of male-female couples, the functional connectivity of male to females and female to males as a group showed a increase during the ventral tegmental area and the anterior cingulate cortex subregions compared to the controls. This study was done by Ku et al. In 2013. And it was also argued that because the ventral tegmental area is associated with dimorphic genital representation and the anterior cingulate cortex is central in conflict monitoring and social processing, the pattern could be a substrate of the psychological distress of transgender individuals. And from this, the findings thus should not be viewed in the realm of the sexual differential hypothesis, but rather there are more suggestive of the brain substrate for incongruence between their body and their identity. Coming to the functional studies that focus on homosexual male to females, adults do not exist, nor are there studies that are compared homosexual with non-homosexual male to female adults. In non-homosexual male to females, a female-like response in hypothalamic activation while smelling odorous steroids, and brain activity while viewing these erotic videos were detected, arguing for sex atypical regions in these groups. And also it shows that brain activation patterns during voice perception of a sexual orientation mixed group of male to females differ from those of a man and partially also of females. Differences were shown in brain activations during a visuospatial task in male to females with unknown sexual orientation in comparison with the control of their assigned sex. While processing the positive affective images, female to males are under gonadal suppression with GnRH, that is gonadotropin releasing hormone agonist, showed less activation in the right superior temporal lobe when compared to controlled females. And if you see that serotonin neurochemical, which is known to play an important role in emotional processing, and hemispheric asymmetry of the serotonin synthesis has been reported as well. In summary, if you see that the findings indicated structural as well as functional alteration in the brain of transgenders individuals, either as a consequences of atypical sexual differentiation or as a result of mismatch between their anatomical sex characteristics and their gender identity. And also we can see that brain changes may also be triggered by psychological distress. Coming to the psychosocial aspects, children usually develop a gender identity consonant with their sex of rearing, so also known as assigned sex. The formation of gender identity is influenced by the interaction of children's temperament and parents' qualities and attitudes. Suppose if a child is reared by females, only females in the home, if a male child is brought up only by the females, what happens? Through learning techniques, the male babies used to learn and used to see and the female characters, and they get learned their behaviors and finally resulting male to females. And also we can see sex role stereotypes are the beliefs that characteristics and behaviors of individual cultures also determine these transgender values, that are deemed normal and appropriate for boys and girls to possess it. Coming to psychological aspect, specifically mother and children relationship, particularly during the first year of life, is paramount in establishing the gender identity, because the child can learn a lot of things from the mother's behavior, and through this learning process the child can adopt the female characteristics in their learning processes. So what happened during this period, mothers normally facilitate their children awareness of and pride in their gender, and children are valued as little boys and girls. And also if you see separation, that is individualization process, the separation individualization process is unfolding. When gender problems become associated with the separation individuation problems, the result can be the use of sexuality to remain in relationships characterized by shifts between a desperate infantile closeness and a hostile devaluing the distance. So if you see the role of mother, what happens in the formation of transgenders, devaluing hostile mothering. So this is the main characteristic of a mother. If it is there, it can result in gender problems that can also be triggered by a mother's death. Sometimes early mother's death extended their absence or depression, to which a young boy may react by totally identifying with her, that is by becoming a mother to replace the her. And abused children, as I already told, abused children, neglected children, and mistreated children. These are the children are given the message that they could have be more valued if they adopted the gender identity of the opposite sex, and rejected or abused children may act on such a belief. What is the father role in developing a transgender? It is also important in the early years. His presence normally helps the separation individuation process. Without a father, mother and child may remain overly very close, and they can develop the mother's characters. For a girl, the father is normally the prototype of the future love objects. But for a boy, the father is a model for male identification. So everyone is needed for developing a gender. Father is needed, a mother is also needed. But for a girl, the father is normally the prototype of future love objects. But for a baby, if that is a boy, the father is a model for male identification. So Sigmund Freud, what he told about gender identity development, he told that gender identity problems resulted from conflicts experienced by children within the Oedipal triangle, that is during the time between 3 to 5 years. In his view, these conflicts are fueled by both real family events and children's fantasies. The children usually they develop fantasy by 5 to 6, 7 years. So whenever they are fantasizing gender of opposite sex and they are identifying themselves with the opposite sex, what happens? They will introduce the opposite sex into them, and future they can develop they can be a transgender. They can develop if assigned sex is a male, they can later develop a female gender identity also. So this is what Sigmund Freud says. Whatever interferes with the child's loving the opposite sex parents and identifying with the same sex parent interferes with the normal gender identity development. So these norms are influenced by families, friends, mass medias, and community and other their close socializing agents. Since many cultures strongly disapprove of cross-gender behavior, it often results in significant problems for affected persons and those in close relationship with them. So what DSM-5 criteria says in children? Definite difference between experienced expressed gender and the one assigned at birth of at least 6 months duration. If it is present for 6 months, then he is having a gender identity problem. That is persistent and strong desire to be of other sex or insistence that they belong to the other sex. In males, a strong preference for cross-dressing, and in female children, a strong preference for wearing a typical masculine clothing and dislike or refusal to wear typical feminine clothing. Fantasizing their playing opposite gender roles in make-believe play or activities. And preference, it's an important thing. That is preference for toys itself for games or activities typical of the opposite sex. For example, if a boy, if he's choosing playing like a female-like games, or a girl if he's choosing aggressive games. So these are all the things we can easily find out. And the preference for the playmates. For example, if a girl is choosing a boy, or if boys are choosing more girls, then it is also one of the criteria. And rejection of toys, games, and activities conforming to one's own sex. In boys, awareness of rough games and tumble plays. On girls, rejecting the typical feminine toys and activities. These are all another criteria. And dislike for sexual anatomy. Boy may hate their penis and testes, while girls dislike their urinating while sitting. And desire to acquire the primary and secondary sex characters of the opposite sex. These are the things given by DSM criteria for for diagnosing a gender identity disorder, that is gender dysphoria. And this leads to clinically significant distress, social, occupational, and other functional impairment. And there may be an increased risk of suffering distress or disability because of this. They can also have a suffering, that is with their assigned sex, and they want to go for the opposite gender. And the subtypes may be ones with or without defects or defects in the sexual developments. If you see definite mismatch between the assigned gender and experienced expressed gender for at least 6 months, that is what already I told. This was already I told by me. And coming to the course and prognosis, if you see there is a persistence in male, that is 2.2 to 30% of the persons while having this DSM criteria can go for a transgenders. And if you see females, it is 12 to 50%. That is particularly in lower socioeconomic status, if they are having a severe symptoms, these are all things. And male children, it is 63 to 100% androphilic, and for female children, it is 30 to 50% gynophilic. Adult, if you see early onset, particularly if a boy or girl is having an early onset of gender identity, they will be more prevalent for getting a later transgender things. And late onset around puberty, that is sorry, hello. Am I audible?
Audible, sir. You're audible, sir.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Coming to differential diagnosis, there are a lot of differential diagnoses. One is body dysformic disorder. That person will be having a dissatisfaction over their own bodies. That is the one thing. And intersex states, another thing. And psychosis. Usually, I am seeing a lot of people with schizophrenia will be having this confusion. They'll be having an assigned sex one, and they want to become a male person with a schizophrenia want to become possessing a female bodies, what they can say, but they won't fill the criteria of DSM-4, DSM-5. They won't, and self-amputation. It is another thing happened during depressions, and transvestism. This is the another thing. If you see here are another differential diagnosis: gender atypical children. That is for girls. Tomboys without gender identity disorder prefer functional gender neutral clothing. By contrast, girls with gender identity disorder adamantly refuse to wear the girls' clothes and reject gender neutral clothes. This is an atypical children they are. For boys, the differential diagnosis must distinguish those who do not conform to traditional masculine sex type expectations, but do not show extensive cross-gender identification and are not discontent with being males. And hermaphrodism, it is another criteria because the diagnosis of gender identity disorder excludes children with anatomical intersex. A medical history needs to be taken with the focus on any suggestion of hermaphrodism in the children. With doubt, they have to refer to pediatric endocrinologist for further investigations. So coming to a psychiatric evaluation, while going for a gender reassignment surgical procedures. So these are the typical chart. That is, a person coming with a gender dysphoria, they have to be evaluated by urologist, surgeon, endocrinologist, and others. Then they have to be referred to the mental health professionals. That is, we have to first rule out a mental disorders first thing, and we have to, if there is no mental disorder, we can go for an intellectual discapacity and look for another comorbidities. And if the person will be having a mental disorder, they can go for a treatment for mental disorders. If the person will be having a if they don't have any other mental disorders or intellectual discapacity or other comorbidities, they can be referred for available treatments available. So a psychiatric evaluation must precede all gender reassignment surgical procedures in order to establish not only the possible existence of psychosis, but also a reasonable degree of intelligence and emotional stability. So what are the management options? One is psychoeducation, that is psychosocial education. Another is sex assignment surgeries. So coming to the psychological interventions and social intervention, and the first thing will be we have to acknowledge and accept the gender identity in the child. So we have to give them time to talk. We have to listen to their problem, and we should not confront their ideas first. We should understand their problem, and we have to focus on it and remove the secrecy from the child and explore the function and characteristics of gender identity, child gender identity, and resolve if there is any comorbid problems like underlying anxiety, underlying depression, or underlying OCD something, and provide support for the children and family making the decisions. So coming to physiological interventions, that is for the treatment in children, refrain from any physical treatments, that is ever-changing gender identity, sexuality of children or adolescents. In extreme cases of significant distress, that is during the onset of puberty, child has maintained persistent cross-sex gender identity, and family should agree and participate in the treatment. We have to involve the families also. Why? Because what happens if the child is left out because of the intense social pressures and other things, he may even have a depression and he can even go for suicide. So better to include the family to agree the child problem first, and they have to accept and they should participate in the treatment. And if the thing, that is, if it is fully reversible, the interventions, so puberty delaying hormones can be given. If it is a partially reversible intervention, masculinizing, feminizing hormone therapy can be given, but only after the age of 16. And patient must have been working with the therapist for at least 6 months, because it's not a single visit, or it's not a easy thing. The therapist has to sit with the child for more than 6 months to have they should have a proper bonding, and they should understand, the particular therapist should understand the child problem. Then only the interventions can be very successful. And for example, even after the various fully reversible interventions, and if there are other things are not working, we can go for an irreversible intervention, that is surgical things. And you should not perform until adulthood or patient has experienced at least 2 years in the new gender role. That is, we have to wait for at least 2 years. The child should get fixed first. Suppose if the child is able to agree and understand his own problem, and if he is able to live with the new gender and the anatomy of the sex, that is the previous sex, opposite sex, he can be allowed. Suppose even if the child is not able to bear, if he is having pain in his mind, he should he needs the opposite sex their sex, then we can allow the child to perform surgery, but we have to observe for at least 2 years in the new gender role, and then only surgical interventions can be allowed. Coming to treatment, that is adults, the person after the age of 20 or 25 years, the first thing, as always, will be the psychological interventions only. We have to give a basic observation, supportive psychotherapy, what we used to say. We have to sit and we have to make them to listen. We have to make them to pent up there. That is, they should come out with their emotions first, so that they can be little calm and they can be peaceful. So psychotherapy, educate the patients of options, create a realistic life goals, and alleviates the patient's conflicts. And gender adaptations options, that is no hormonal, major surgical management. Biological males usually cross-dressing, body hair removal, minor body surgical procedures can be allowed, and vocal expression skills can be allowed. For biological females, cross-dressing, dressing, breast binding, weight lifting, fake facial hairs, and padding the underpants. These are things. Coming to the real life experiences, it is usually we used to observe them, and we used to find whether they are living the desired gender role. Usually, if the person coming to us and if they are discussing they want to live in the same desired gender role, we can allow them, and maintain full or part-time employment. This is an important thing. Function as a student or community volunteer, or some combination of these both, and acquire legal gender identity appropriate first name, and provide documentation that other people know that the patient functions in their desired gender role. So treatments, other things, that is the hormones available of that androgens for biological females, and estrogen, progesterone, testosterone blocking agents for biological males. And this take full effects after 2 years only, and are mostly it is reversible. Whenever the person stopped injecting the hormones, they will be having the previous sex one, that is sex only. For this eligibility criteria, the age around 18 years, and demonstrate knowledge of the consequence of taking hormones, because they should know about the side effects of the hormones, and they should give the proper consent. And document the 3-month real life experiences after taking the hormones. The person should come out with their real life experience and should be properly documented, or 3 months of psychotherapy. And coming to sexual reassignment surgery, it was first performed in 1931, and the eligible criteria for SRS, that is sexual reassignment surgery, was the person should at least legal age, that is 18 years and above, and he should have a previous record of 12 months continuous hormonal therapy. For a male with for example, estrogen, progesterone, or for a female, they should have a androgen therapies. And after that, 12 months continuous real life experience should be documented, and they should attend possible psychotherapies, and we should have to give them the knowledge of how much cost if the surgery is performed, and what are the later complications, and what are the available of rehabilitations. This should be properly, they should be intimated, and consent should be obtained, and awareness of different competent surgeons also, they should be provided. Coming to the behavioral treatment to alter gender identity, shaping of more masculine behaviors may only be effective for individuals who want treatment for GADs. So coming to the last part of the session, that is psychiatric comorbidities. Why it's important? Because whenever the person going for a transgender thing, we should know what are the things happening inside them, because a lot of person with transgender, that is sexual dysphorias, can have an underlying serious depressions, or they'll be having an anxiety. And I have seen a lot of person coming to me with self-harm, that is deliberate self-harms. They have multiple cut marks all over their body because of societal pressures. I can say it's because of social pressures only. So the psychiatric comorbidity, these patients shows shocking figures. That is, studies shows that nearly 40 to 45% of trans adolescents have some type of various psychiatric comorbidities. Among them, the most common will be severe depressions, anxiety, and deliberate self-harms. And a lot of people also have suicidal attempts also. Furthermore, in recent years, other events noticed in the transgenders, that is adolescent population, such as rapid onset gender dysphoria and resistance. So what is rapid onset gender dysphoria? It is the term coined by Littman in 2018. Nearly among transgenders, 80.9% will be having this rapid onset gender dysphoria. Here, if you see, the person will be having an underlying anxiety, that is 62.5% will be having the anxiety, and around 39.4% will be having the depressions. And if you see female sex, that is at birth, where 82.8%, and the average age at which they express their identification as trans was around 15 years. So this rapid onset gender dysphoria, that is ROGD, refers to the sudden onset of symptoms related to gender dysphoria, which appears during puberty or even after. So usually by 3 to 4 years, it may develop, but this ROGD will develop during the pubertal time only. So what Lippmann said was, it suggested that media, it is having the strongest influence, or even a more permissive environment may be influencing this. For example, a boy or a girl is having a close relationship with the transgenders, they may also can get influenced by their behavior. And Marciano et al. Even considered some adolescents the discomfort with their bodies as a determining factor. Coming to the substance abuse, I am seeing a lot of people with gender dysphoria having a substance abuse like alcoholism, cannabis, and even they are using psychoactive substances also like LSDs, etc. And what study shows that substance abuse in young and adolescent children ranked first. The alcoholism is the most common thing, and the prevalence will be around 70 to 82%, followed by tobacco, which is also a higher incidence and prevalence. The consumption of other drugs like ecstasy and non-prescribed analgesics, spasmoprozine, that's also I am seeing, and other anxiolytics like alprazolam and even nitrazepam and clonazepam also being misused by the transgenders. Regarding the gaming addictions, it shows that nearly 63% of trans gamers, while only 0.7 were problematic cases. So a lot of people are going for gaming addictions also. Furthermore, the presence of pathological gaming, that is spending more time in playing games, would have a lower prevalence in the transgender population compared to the normal persons. So coming to suicide related events, subjects with a mean age greater than 30 years showed a higher prevalence for suicide. Around 33% are going for suicidal attempts. And two studies that show the samples from 12 years of age presented prevalence ranging between 17.2 and 30.3. Regarding the predominance of suicidal attempts in either genders, there seems to be no agreement between these two studies. In people over 30 years of age, suicidal ideation reached a prevalence of 43%, while the population over 50 was around 65%. If you see, transgender females have a higher prevalence compared to transgender males, and the risk is also increased compared to their gender population. So the females, especially, usually we used to say suicide attempt will be more common in females. That is 3:1 ratio, and compared with male. And it is, even in the trans females, also it is more prevalent. Coming to depression and anxiety, both depression and anxiety will be highly prevalent in young and adolescent trans populations. But in these groups, the depression will be range from 33 to 50%, and anxiety will be having a wide range, that is 26 to 63%. If you see, in the age group of 3 to 14 year transgender, the anxiety will be ranged between 6 to 11%, and depression was around 20%. While in adolescents, the young people and the older adults, the existence of this kind of psychopathology is between 4 and 10 times higher than in the non-gender population. So, below the age of, that is during the younger period, that is the adolescent period, the transgenders will be having a higher ratio of anxiety and depression when compared with the normal non-trans populations. So I already mentioned this transgender people will be having an underlying autism. It is ASD, that is autism spectrum disorders. If you see, the prevalence of traits related to the ASDs was between 14.5 in a study carried out in minors and 36.3 if you take into the older population. And the clinical diagnosis has somewhat lower figures. It shows that only 14%. Regarding the differences between genders, depending on the study, a higher prevalence was obtained in females or an equal between both genders. So coming to the last part of session, summary, biological influence, even though it is not yet confirmed, although like to have a prenatal exposure to hormones. I have already told polychlorinated substances and phthalates. These are the things getting exposed. That is the pregnant lady exposing to this type of phthalates and polychlorinated substances can influence the development of what the sex during the in vitro. And hormonal variations may be natural or result from medication. These are the biological influences. Coming to the psychosocial influences, gender identity develops between the age of 1.5 years to 3 years of age, and masculine behaviors in girls and feminine behaviors in boys evoke different responses in different families. Coming to the treatment part, sex SRS, that is sex reassignment surgery, that is the removal of their external genitalia and genital reconstructions. These are the things usually advised, and requires rigorous psychological preparation and financial and social disability, because it is not an easy thing. It requires a lot of, because after performing the surgeries, whenever they want to recorrect, it's very difficult. But hormone wise, if you see, if the person receiving an hormonal therapy, if they stop the hormonal therapy, they can reverse their their gender, but it's not sex, but it's not easily in sex reassignment surgery. And PSI, there is psychosocial influence to change the gender identity, and if you see, it is usually unsuccessful except as temporary relief until surgeries. So I thank all the participants and the organizing committee and Department of Physiology, Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan Medical College, for giving me this wonderful opportunity to present this. So thank you so much.
That was very informative presentation, sir. All those statistics and all the information, it was really great, sir. Thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. The session is open for discussion. Any queries? I think it was so clear that there are no queries, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Over to the anchoring team.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Sivasayalam, for the amazing presentation. We have come to the last presentation of the day. Dr. Apana Menon, MD Physiology from AIIMS Bhubaneswar. She is currently the Assistant Professor in the Department of Physiology at Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan Medical College. She has expertise in autonomic and cardiovascular physiology, heart rate variability, and cardiac electrophysiology. She organized the conference of the Association of Physiologists of Odisha at AIIMS Bhubaneswar in the year 2019. Transgender medicine is a relatively uncharted territory and not very much is known about it. Hence, research is a need of the hour in this field. Now we have Dr. Aparna telling us about research in the field of transgender medicine. Over to you, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Dr. Aparna Menon, from the Department of Physiology in Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan Medical College. And today I'm going to be talking about the research that is available in transgender medicine. For today's topic, we will be talking about the history of transgender health research in brief. What were the mistakes that have been made in the past? What lessons have we learned? And what can be done now?
what we are supposed to do going forward. So from the sessions that we have attended from the morning, you already know a brief history of what happened in the past. So you know that until almost till the 1990s, the field of transgender health was considered as something related to psychiatric illness. It was not considered as something that can be considered as a physiological thing. So until almost 1950s, almost all of the publications of medical literature on transgender individuals was confined almost exclusively to Western Europe. So even now, when you look for any kind of publications in transgender health, you find that most of the publications are from the Western Hemisphere. There is even the available amount of data that we have from the Indian subcontinent or even from the Asiatic subcontinent is mostly from the observational census collection data or the psychosocial studies. When we think about actual transgender medicine, what is the available data that we have? That is the data that we have is complete insufficient to say the least. So what has happened so far is that in 1897, Dr. Hirschfeld has started talking about LGBT rights, that is lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender rights. He himself was a gay person, and he had introduced the concept that this having a separate gender identity that is non-binary, having a sexual orientation that is non-conforming, is not a abnormal thing. It is a completely normal thing. But at the time, during 1987, it was a completely unsavory concept, and nobody was willing to accept it. Even after that, he went on with his studies. He went on with trying to help people who were also conforming to the transgender. And in 1939, Michael Dillon was the first patient to whom oral testosterone administration was given for female to male affirmations, gender affirmation. So this is the first recorded finding that we have. So when you think of it, 1939 is not that far away. In 1939 is just before your Second World War. So just at the beginning of 1939, you have the first patient recorded history where you have oral testosterone treatment for female to male conversion, and this was the first recorded case. Afterwards, in 1946, the same patient, Michael Dillon, had undergone phalloplasty, that is the gender affirming surgery for phalloplastic techniques, and this person had went on to write about his experience. It's in a biography, and it's available for reading. And afterwards, in 1979, Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association was founded. Dr. Harry Benjamin was from the famous person who had started the gender dysphoria clinics all over Europe, and because of which the gender dysphoria clinics have started in the US as well. Now this Harry Benjamin International Gender Dysphoria Association is called the WPATH, or the World Transgender Health Association. So what happened in the past, that it took us till 1979 to establish the basic minimum organization for support for the transgender people. The social norms that set the tones for the medical definitions were completely skewed. At the time when the transgender health research even began, even that is in the early 1900s, everything that was non-binary was considered as abnormal. So if everything is abnormal, our point of view for research is also skewed to that side. So we are not looking for results, we are looking for problems, and we are our vision is tunnel and is targeted to that only. So because of this reason, and also we were unable to detach gender incongruence from the list of mental health problems. So at the core of all the mistakes we made in the past is the concept that everything is a psychiatric illness, unless it conforms to our idea of a binary society. So when we have that outlook, everything becomes, treat the underlying psychiatric problem and everything will become okay. So we had never considered the physical attributes, the other problems they could face, and because of this, even if we force ourselves into thinking that everything is binary, the
actual thing does not go away, the actual mistakes don't go away. Based on his experience, Michael Dillon, the patient that we were talking about a while ago, had written that mind cannot be remade to fit the body. That means when we are talking about non-binary people, transgender individuals, we cannot target them for just psychiatric therapy and then assume that they will turn out to be of a binary gender and everything will be okay. Their body needs what their body needs, and it's not that we can just treat the mind and then leave it at that. So how all of this mindset has affected the research. So all of this problem was for in according to our vision at that time. When I say our, I mean the medical society. At that time, it was the point of view was that everything is because of a psychiatric illness, and we were looking at the root cause of the psychiatric illness. So we were looking for a genetic mutation or a transgender gene. So in the morning session, we had discussed about the genetics of a transgender people. Even in transgender brain, the first session after the lunch break, ma'am had discussed about some of the genes involved in the transgender brain, the genes involved that affects the gender incongruence. So even in those discussions, it was made very clear that it is not one gene, it is not one mutation, it is not one thing that leads to a gender dysphoric condition. So when we concise one entire spectrum of the people, one entire population of people to one thing, that will always lead to skewed results. The other thing was the unnecessary attributes to social and psychological well-being. So whenever there was someone who is courageous enough to come forward to ask for gender affirming techniques or treatment, or if they need some management, our approach, the approach of the society as well as the medical community at the time was to redirect them towards the societal conforming, that is the binary conforming identity, so that there was no treatment available as such that from the medical community. So obviously they had to go to what was available, which was from the quacks, which was from some non-qualified person who maybe took money from them and then did something that they did not understand. So all of this led to a general non-acceptance of any work in the medical field that is aiding the transgender person to leave us themselves. So when we talk about Michael Dillon and the doctor who performed the surgery, they had done so when they had first started doing the surgery. They did that under the pretenses of some other surgery and some other patient, some other underlying medical condition. And they have proposed that he has some medical condition for which he needs the genital reconstruction surgery, and under that pretense they had done this. If it was just the reason was just that the person wanted to convert himself into a male, then it was unacceptable in the society as well as in the medical community at the time. So there was a broad actual block, a wall of from where we cannot cross, placed in front of the medical community, who even wanted to try to help these people lead their lives they wanted. So these were the things that were happening around at the time during the early 1990s, which had up to the early 1990s, which had affected the work of a medical professional into the health of transgender. And when I say 1990s, even now, even in 2021, we are not aware of what can be done. We are still not completely sure of how we can help the people. So it is not that it is something of the past. These mistakes we are carrying with us even till the future. So what all of this societal the constraints that are placed around the medical community has led to, that we had led to the formation of an entire community of a gender spectrum that does not belong to a binary division, and they do not trust the medical science to help them anymore. Our job as a physician, as a medical healthcare professional, is basically to improve the quality of life of people around us, whichever way we can. And this one community we completely fail to help. So if how we fail to help is because we had no knowledge. Even now we are just grasping at straws, trying to figure out what we know, trying to learn more. But at that time there was completely no knowledge among general practitioners about how to care about it for a transgender patient. There were no primary care guidelines, there was no standards of care, and even to talk to a transgender patient. So even now we are struggling how to properly address a transgender person, what pronoun to use, how to talk to them, how when a transgender patient presents themselves to our clinic or in front of us, how are we supposed to approach them? They are someone who has gone through a lot of difficulty to come to terms with what they are. So the entire approach of the doctor will depend on whether they will ever return to the clinic or not. So all of these things were completely absent from our training so far, and even now we are not adequately equipped to actually practice transgender medicine even at this time. So the consensus regarding gender affirming treatment was absolutely not there at the time. What was available was that some gender reassignment surgeries were done based on surgeries available for intersex individuals who needed some, or people with anatomical congenital anatomical defects who needed some reconstruction, genital reconstruction. And during the World War, what happened was, because there was so many injuries, some of the soldiers needed genital reconstruction, and because of that, penile reconstruction surgery started. And under this case, a few people have claimed to have traumatic injuries and wanted to have penile reconstruction, and under this guise some doctors were able to give some care to the transgender patients. But even at the time it was not acceptable that a person who is binary, who is not having any genetic or otherwise anatomical defects, to have a genital reconstruction surgery, because even it was against the law at the time that if someone is normal, we do some surgery on them that makes them that something that was not normal in air quotes, as considered at the time. So because of that, even if a doctor wanted to treat a person, if a doctor wanted to give surgery, gender affirming surgery to a person, they had to do it under false pretenses. And because of these reasons, there was no consensus. Those who did the surgery even didn't know who else did the surgery, because everything was done in secret. Everything was like an underground thing, and because of which no consensus was found. And again, we need consensus for standards of care for every step. Once we approach a transgender patient, or once they come to a clinic, every single step has to be standardized, how we care for them. And the standards of care was not available at the time. When the WPATH came into existence, they had started the initial international standards of care documents, which are still proceeding, and they have recently given the updated version, which we are now following. So until that time, there was no standards of care even available. Sorry. What did all of this lead to? This led to quacks. So even if we don't think about transgender medicine in India, we know even for small minor ailments, if they can go to a quack for treatment, they will go to a quack for treatment. It's not like they will come to a doctor. So, and self-medicating, again, it is a general problem. But imagine if this same problem in a population that has been denied medical treatment for generation, they are already hesitant to go to a doctor because of the treatment that they have been experiencing from the society and even from the medical community for a long period of time. So they don't trust the medical community, they don't come here, which has led to them going to a lot of quacks and having problems because of the aseptic precautions were not taken during the surgeries. Castrations were performed by quacks which were not properly done, and hormone administration, which has to be metered and dosed and monitored at every time, was not prescribed by doctors. They self-prescribed and took self-medication. Even at this time, if we look at the research material available, even very recently as 2018, when they did the research, they found that almost 50% of transgender individuals who had undergone male to female transformation were taking their anti-androgens and estrogen supplements from the pharmacy. They were not taking direct prescription from a doctor, because they didn't think they will be very welcome. They didn't feel, even if they were not comfortable going to a doctor. So these are the things that we need to overcome in order to even reach the community that we have to serve. So finally, not by recognizing their needs, we have made health inaccessible for them. When we stopped recognizing that the need for gender affirming care, gender affirming surgery, or hormonal therapy or medical care is something they need, even though they appear to be normal when you look through a binary lens. They appear to be a male and there is no other defects in them. They still want to change, do an gender affirmation to a female. Male to female transition needs to be made, then it is their need and we have to care for that. But this understanding was not there at the time, because of which everything was inaccessible to them. They could not access any of the actual available methods, because as we already mentioned, the hormonal treatments were already available. Hormone supplements, hormone operations were there. The surgery was already being performed for other patients. Only thing, it was not available for transgender patients just because of their identity. Lastly, there was no data, and there is still no data because of the social stigma. There is a real hesitancy among the transgender community to come forward and inform them of their problems. One, if they don't inform of their problems, we don't know, and we don't record, and we don't have any data to compare with. We don't have any data to work with. So now what have to be overcome in order to get across and reach this population? What do we need to do? First and foremost is social discrimination. So this is not just the arena of medical health professionals, but it is our duty also to create social awareness. Why is this? Because we are the ones who tell what is okay, and we are the ones who tell that what is not okay. So when people start taking some random medicine for some disease, we are the ones who are going to tell them. If someone is trying to take some random so we all know from this COVID time, immediately when COVID started and we said that immunity boosters will help with COVID, every single grass and weed that they find in the garden will become an immunity booster, and they will start taking it without knowing what consequence will happen, what is the side effects of it. So when we have this discrimination, and we are the ones who are going to tell them that these things don't work. So if we are in case of this COVID treatment, if a doctor tells them that this grass that you are having every day, this leaf that you are having every day as an immunity booster is not really an immunity booster, it is not going to work for you, you are supposed to take this kind of medication for your ailment, then they will believe us. In the same way, if we tell them that being a transgender or being a non-binary individual or of a non-binary sexual orientation is normal, then they will believe us. If we also act as it is something abnormal, then that is how the society will also be framed. So we have to lead and not follow in this matter, so that the society can follow at least on our footstep behind. Secondly is financial barriers, because of the social norms that exist already. They are, first of all, they are a minority community, and once they have identified themselves as transgender, because of the social injustices that is happening in our society, they are, most of the transgenders are of lower financial conditions, and because of that they cannot procure the medical treatment they require. On top of that, even for research or in treatment or care for transgender people, it is not really documented for us. Even in our literature, even in our textbooks, in our curriculum, it is not there. So if we are supposed to ask for money for treating transgender patients, it is not understood by the people who are supposed to grant the money. That understanding is not there, which is causing even more financial barriers for the medical care professionals. Then we have lack of cultural competence by providers. So this is a big issue, because we also don't know. We also come from the same society that does not recognize transgender individuals as having equal rights. So because of that, we lack the cultural competence to properly handle a person who is presenting to our opponents. For this, we need to start training ourselves as well as the juniors, the new medical community that is coming up, and also the society onto how to actually include this population into ourselves, how to make the society more gender inclusive. Then health system barriers, we already discussed this. We all know there are legal issues. There are mainly the issue is that of a knowledge that we don't know, and barriers to care are there. Then socio-economic barriers. Their socio-economic condition is not sufficient for good care, and also the general society is not willing to accommodate them into their community. So because of all this reason, it is nearly impossible for them to get to the sufficient care. So how to improve this part? I think we can all guess by now what we can do to improve. We need to have a consensus on how to approach a patient. We have a consensus on almost all the important areas of science. We have a consensus on how to treat a newborn, how we have a consensus on how to treat a normal delivery, how to treat a cesarean section. We have a consensus on how to treat a myocardial infarction. We should have a consensus on how to treat a patient who wants a gender affirming care. That is as simple as that. Primary care guidelines. So it is not just that a transgender individual will only need their treatment for gender affirmation. They have other ailments also, just like all of us, and they need treatment for those as well. So catering to their care, catering to their needs, we have to frame our primary care guidelines according to that. So if a person is a transgender who has been taking oral hormonal therapy, then according to that, their primary care will vary. So our guidelines have to be framed based on their needs also. Counseling facilities, this is very important because as we all the previous session it was already discussed, gender incongruence and gender dysphoria has been a major problem, and because of this there is even suicide tendency among trans people is very high compared to the general population. So every medical treatment for a trans patient should be have incorporated with a part of counseling, psychological counseling, so that they feel welcome, and this not only help the patient to feel better about themselves, this will also make them more acceptable for medical care. They will feel more confident in approaching a medical care facility the next time. So this is going to be helpful to us also as the care providers. Lastly, social awareness. This is the main backbone of everything that we are going to do, is to create social awareness so that our patients can even reach us at least. So what is our role as scientists? Till now, we had discussed our role as a healthcare professional, healthcare provider. So as a scientist, as a researcher, what are we supposed to do? We have this vast unexplored ocean that we have to wade into. We have to find out what is happening here. We have to learn. And for that, we have to look for it ourselves. We have to look for the data for ourselves. So where do we start? We have to start from the basics, from the very beginning, how we have discussed today, the genetic changes that happens, the changes that happens in estrogen receptors, androgen receptors, how the anti-androgen hormone therapy affects the brain, how the gender incongruence starts at puberty, what role does it have with other hormones in the body. From there we start, and then we go to the treatment techniques, we go to the psychiatric side, and we go to the community medicine, the social aspects, the social awareness. All of that has to be researched by us, and the more we search, the more we will learn. If we don't know, we get out and we search for it, and that's how we find more. So some of the research options that we have in basic sciences research, we can look for genetics. So this has already been covered in the first session, in the second session in the morning. So we can do karyotyping, microarray techniques, whole exome sequencing. All of this can be done to identify the different types of genes that may be involved in androgen sensitivity or the brain changes in neuroanatomical changes in transgender. Metabolic profile. So this is important for different age groups of transgender individuals before they start the treatment, whether it is hormonal replacement therapy or whether it is your surgical treatment. Before and after the treatment, how their metabolic profile is, how it changes from every minute thing like your cholesterol levels or your hemoglobin levels, everything we need to know. So all of this is up for research, and all of this is for us to go out and research. Hormonal profile again. So even before they start a gender affirmation treatment, their hormonal profile, not just the sex steroids, other hormones also. We have our GnRH, melatonin. All of this we know are going to affect the brain, affect the hypothalamus. They are going to affect. They can modulate all of the other functions also. So let's start from those basics. Let's start to know what happens before and afterwards. Once they start the treatment also, we need to know about dose standardization. So for each age group, for each for their preference of the individual, according to all of this, the dose needs to be standardized. So we need to find out, we need to do more interventional studies in order to find the dose standardization, and finally the effects of standardization. So when we where we want to know what each hormone does, and we want to know the long-term effects. So all of this can be done only with longitudinal observational studies that we can do. Then finally, reproductive health after gender affirmation. So after gender affirmation, the basic metabolic profile after gender affirmation, about their reproductive health, about the health of their reproductive organs. All of this has to be examined, all of this has to be recorded, and we have to understand what happens so that we can provide better care, so that we can improve our care. So this is one topic which is up for research and which is very difficult to find. So this is clinical science and interventional research. For this, we in this field, we need to know more about the effects and side effects of hormone therapy. For instance, we know when you are going to start treating a patient for male to female transition, you are going to give anti-androgens and you are going to start with estrogens. Because of this hormones, because when you are giving anti-androgens, this can cause bone erosion, they can start osteoporosis. So we have to know, and if you are giving estrogens, they can lead to thromboembolic disorders. So they can lead to other vascular illnesses. So when we start hormone therapy, we have to follow up the patient regularly to see what are the effects, what are the side effects that are happening, and the long-term side effects, not just the side effects, immediate side effects or the sudden life-threatening side effects. We have to know the long-term effects of each of the hormone therapy. So most of the effects of hormones we know, but even then, the long-term effects of the hormone therapy in transgender individuals has not been properly studied. There is no proper record of that. So this we need to learn more. So the only way to learn more is we find a transgender population that is willing for hormonal therapy that we can treat and then follow up those patients. So in order for the follow-up, again, we have to have the care and the trained physicians available for this. Now, next is techniques of gender affirming surgery. So when we come to this, there are multiple techniques for each gender affirming care, whether it is male to female, female to male. There are multiple surgeries and they have multiple effects also. So or there is no one particular type of surgery that will be used. So each surgeon prefers their own type of graft, their own type of flaps used. But for each of this technique, we still don't know a side-by-side comparison of the different techniques, how these techniques in the long run, how they affect the person's reproductive health. None of these things have been well documented. There are some studies, but there is not a clear consensus on all of this, especially because there are many multitudes of different kinds of surgeries and each modified by each practicing surgeon. So if we have a peer discussion like we are having right now, then we come to a consensus on what techniques are more beneficial, what techniques can be used. Then you have techniques for fertility preservation. Again, this is a big topic because we know that transgender individuals can identify themselves during even the adolescent stage, and if they wish to, they can start the hormonal therapy at that time itself. But even doing that, we have to counsel them for fertility preservation if they want to do that. So this is a main area that so focus right now for transgender health, and how we can do this fertility preservation without intervening with the rights of the individual. that and how to explain it best to them, how to modify the available fertility preservation techniques and to improve them for the transgender healthcare. What we are all doing right now is basically the fertility preservation techniques that we use in cisgender individuals. Same we are trying to apply to transgender individuals, like cryopreservation of the gametes and zygote and all that. But there may be other techniques that we have not found yet. There may be techniques we can reach for, we can look for. And finally, longitudinal research. So all of this is possible only if we have some longitudinal research data. So because of the reluctance of the transgender community to stay in touch with the medical professionals, because of the barriers they face, because of the discrimination they face, it's very difficult to follow up. Even when you are doing a normal longitudinal study, we know it is very difficult to follow up with the patient. Now imagine a group of individuals who are ostracized in the society, they will be even more reluctant to come for follow-ups. So if we need to know all of the long-term effects of all the care that we are providing, so we need to have more longitudinal research. Then behavioral sciences. So in this, what we have one benefit in this is the behavioral sciences. It is a little bit easier to do research in behavioral sciences than the interventional studies, because in behavioral sciences we can go to them, we can go to the community, we can go to the transgender population and ask them for what they need, ask them for their problems, and we can help them as required. But in case of treatment, like gender affirming care and all, they have to come to us. So in behavioral sciences, there is already some amount of published work, because of which we are able to identify gender incongruence as not illness in DSM-5. So that is the one area that has progressed at least a little bit. But even in that field, we can do some research on the tools to identify and counsel efficiently. Some age group based strategies for counseling. So if our training in psychiatry and clinical psychology has to be modified for age group based counseling. So since we know that even from a childhood, a person can identify themselves as transgender, or they can identify themselves as transgender after they are married and they already have kids. So it is a wide range of age group to counsel for one particular thing. So each age group needs their own specific skill training for counseling. Then feedback on the efficacy of counseling strategies. It is not that we counsel one adult child or a teenager or a young adult on these issues and inform them of the available care that is there and we leave them at that. No, we have to follow them up for the long term. Again, the longitudinal studies will come on how it has improved them or how it has not improved them, how in the long term whether they benefited from this or they have this counseling has not benefited them as we had hoped, and then only we can make the changes that we need to make. Lastly, parental counseling. So when we come to it, when we talk about children and adolescents and young adults, it is always important that their family is also inclusive and accepting of their choices. So definitely in our society, it is very difficult to get the parental consent for whatever care they need. So the counseling has to involve the parents, and we have to define strategies on how to do that, how to efficiently approach the parents and make them understand what their child is going through, so that the parents can support their children throughout their process. So finally, social interventions. So these are the strategies that we need to do for from our side as a medical community, what we have to do for the society, not just our patients. So we have to devise strategies for outreach and awareness. So even if a child or even if a young adult identifies themselves as a transgender, they don't know how to express it in our society unless they are very living in a very modern city or somewhere with a modern outlook, peers with very high modern outlook. They will not be able to express their frustration, they will not be able to express themselves, they will not even know who to talk to. So if there is more awareness regarding what this is, and awareness regarding where they can go for outreach, where they can go for counseling. All of this has to be made available to the general public, and this can only be made available if we go out. If we go and do, we have to go and do this. We cannot wait for patients to come to us. So next is availability and access to healthcare. So we have, our healthcare needs to be more welcoming to them than to the general public. Because of everything we have discussed over, they're generally reluctant to go to a hospital. So we need to even more welcoming in order for the transgender population to start trusting the medical professionals and come to us for care. Then that is how we can change the outlook of the trans community towards healthcare settings. So then we have to shun all those traditional cultural biases and practices that we all of us know exist in our society, that is going to cause trouble for the transgender population, which is why we are having this huge barrier and why we are having this discussion. So we ask the scientists, we ask the experts in medical field have to stand up and say that this is not right and this is right. Then only there will be social awareness, and then only this problem in the society can be cured. So there has to be awareness on the social justice and the laws which are available for protection of transgender individuals. It is not nearly enough, but there are laws for protection of gender minority communities, and they have to be made aware of. The public needs to know about them. Then only they will be able to avail these facilities. So to each and every medical practitioner, what are each of us supposed to do? As a doctor, we have to receive our patients well. So this is true for all patients, but extra so for transgender patients, because yes, we know they didn't want to come to the hospital in the first place. So secondly, record your observation. So what happened in the early 1800s onward, there was still some gender affirming care going on, but it was all hush hush. No one could talk about it because it was against the law at the time. Now it is not against the law. We can talk about it. We can write about it. So if we have a transgender patient and we are treating them, we have some findings to report those findings to our peers, to journals, publish your findings, so that the community will get to know what has happened, so we can move forward and further our knowledge. Resist your biases. So all of us have been brought up in the same society. Even when we say that the society has been mistreating the population, we are also part of the society, and ingrained in us is this bias. So just now we were talking about this, that even after learning all this, there is this bias among us to call everyone as he or she based on our experience. Divya ma'am was just saying. So this is our bias, internal bias that has been ingrained in us from the beginning. So that has to change, and we have to this bias. So it will happen only slowly, but we have to do it consciously. So next, we have to seek out answers, because every turn we will find barriers. Every turn there will be problems. We will not have a lot of solutions. We are the ones who find the answers. Finally, we have to discuss with our peers. So that is basically the idea of the conference. That is the idea of this presentation also, that whatever we find, whatever we suspect, let's talk about it. Let's have forums to talk about it. Let's have conferences. And let's publish the results, discuss with our peers and our superiors what can be done. So looking forward, what can we do? We can go for medical education and curriculum development. This is necessary because of the general care principles that has to be followed. Because even at least just to approach a transgender patient, how to talk to them, even that most of us are not aware of. So we have to include some of this in the medical curriculum, and to collect and report the observations that we make, consolidate all the findings that we have, and then talk to experts in India, across the globe, and come to a consensus on the standards of care, on the primary care guidelines, on
the techniques that are available and techniques that can be formulated. All of this has to be discussed, and we have to come to a consensus and a uniformity on standards of care. It is not that a transgender patient should get go to a European country for their surgery, or they have to go to USA for their hormone replacement therapy. No, the care has to be uniform throughout the world, and for that, all of the medical community has to come together. So we have to find a way. That is the whole gist of the today's session. That if we don't find a way of how to help this community better, who else is there? If community of doctors, community of medical professionals cannot find a way to help these people better adapt, better come together, if we cannot find a way to make a gender inclusive medical community, how can we expect for a gender inclusive society? We are the first ones who has to take the lead, and we have to find a way. When we are talking about research, if we want to do interventional long-term research, it is very difficult because we know patients who don't come to us, it is difficult to find a transgender patient even. So we have to go for social outreach programs. We have to create more awareness so that the patients know that they can approach us. The patients know that they can come to the medical professionals and let's do this. Let's record our findings. Let's do more research and let's find out what we can do more. So finally, these are some of the international publications that are available. So if you want to learn more about transgender medicine, transgender health, what research has been done so far, what could be done in the future, please go through this. Out of this, the International Journal of Transgender Health is published by the World Professional Association for Transgender Health, the WPATH that you have been saying about. So then Mary and Liebert has two publications, Transgender Health and LGBT Health. The International Society for Sexual Medicine has the two journals, and Taylor and Francis has an International Journal of Transgenderism. All of this has excellent articles published in them. I think most of them are monthly or bi-monthly, so you'll find what you're looking for. So that is it for research in transgender medicine. Thank you so much.
That was an eye-opener presentation, Aparna. So many points, so many, you pointed out all the gray areas and lacunae where research is needed, not just in physiology, in all the aspects of transgender medicine. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Any queries from the audience side? Any queries? If not, we'll wind up the session for today. Yes, over to anchoring team.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna, for your very informative and insightful presentation. I'm sure the participants gained the knowledge they seek. So, end of one chapter is the beginning of another, and we have now reached the end of the first day of the conference. It's been a huge honor and pleasure to host our esteemed speakers and delegates. We thank them for taking time out of their busy schedules for us and providing the participants with such wonderful insights into the topics. We would like to earnestly thank the Physiology Department of Dhanalakshmi Srinivasan for providing us with the priceless opportunity to host such an esteemed event. We thank all the participants for their time and hope that you enjoyed and gained the knowledge from today's presentations. We look forward to continuing the next chapter tomorrow. Thank you. We also humbly request all participants to fill the post-session feedback form, which will be posted in the WhatsApp group.